Chapter 1252. After a long journey, the Dynasty's inspection team finally arrived at the Black Star Palace and was received by Han Xiao in the guest room. Your Excellency Black Star, nice to meet you. We are the emissaries sent to inspect the Kundi race this time. A group of Dynasty officers walked into the room in an orderly manner. The leader of the inspection team spoke with a respectful tone and took the initiative to extend his hand. Han Xiao shook his hand and invited everyone to take a seat. The other party gave a simple self-introduction before taking out a document and going straight to the point. Currently, the Kundi race has 113 residential planets with a population of over 1 trillion. This time, the Dynasty's Colonial Inspection Department has given us 25 unrestricted planets. This is the upper limit and not a fixed number. If we do not meet the standards, we can choose not to unrestrict them. At most, a quarter of the population can be unrestricted? I understand. Han Xiao nodded. Every planet of the Kundi race was isolated and could not communicate with each other. Thus, the process of cultural transformation on each planet was different. Selecting the planets with the highest degree of transformation was the job of the inspection team. While the Dynasty had other goals, and the inspection team was most likely just going through the motions, they still had to meet the standards. If the results of the transformation were not optimistic, the ban would not be lifted. The Dynasty also did not want to release too many unstable factors. After exchanging a few words, Han Xiao called the army's patrol team over and asked both parties to discuss the details while he left the room. With his rank, it was sufficient for him to express his attitude. He did not need to be responsible for the details. Han Xiao returned to his office and received news from Philip not long after. The Dynasty's inspection team and the Army's inspection team had reached a consensus and had left the Black Star Palace on a spaceship. Check the current situation of the various Kundi race planets, Han Xiao instructed Philip. He did not have the time to keep an eye on the progress of the Kundi race's transformation. Now that the inspection team had arrived, he planned to take a closer look at the situation of the various Kundi race planets. At the same time, he wanted to see how effective his advance notice was. On the virtual screen floating in front of him, the information of the various Kundi race planets flashed past, and Philip's voice sounded. Master Hum, after the news of the expedition team's arrival was released, the appearance of the Kundi race's planets changed. The trend of anti-dynasty sentiments decreased by an average of 46%, and the proportion of haters decreased from 32% to 7%. However, the social security of some planets decreased, and murders occurred frequently. Some haters died from internal strife, killing each other. It seems that the arrival of the inspection team has given them hope. After more than 20 years of isolation, they know that unsealing the seal is the only way out for their race. Some of them cherish this opportunity, so they have begun to eliminate the stubborn ones. Am I right? Yes, Hum, it's quite rational. It's a group of wolves that will be wiped out. However, this kind of behavior may have the opposite effect. Han Xiao scratched his chin. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a small number of people to eliminate the diehards within their own ranks to show their obedience. At first glance, this action seemed to be for the greater good of the race. It was quite noble. However, the Dynasty looked at the problem from a different perspective. Being too eager to unseal the seal meant that they had a strong motive. Killing each other meant that a new hatred had been established. According to normal inspection standards, this was a sign that the degree of cultural transformation was not deep enough. They would have to continue to seal the seal until the target race's character calmed down. However, since the Dynasty had conducted the inspection many years in advance, they naturally knew that such a situation would occur. Han Xiao guessed that the standards would be very low, and this kind of behavior might have a positive effect. In the next few months, the Dynasty's inspection team visited one Kundi race planet after another, and the inspection records were getting more and more abundant. Kundi race residential planet number 77, Sigaia's City Prison, interrogation room. The double-sided mirror wall divided the room into two spaces. One was the interrogation room, where the prisoner was, and the other was the surveillance room. At this moment, the Dynasty's inspection team was standing in the surveillance room. The team leader of the inspection team was holding a file. From time to time, he would glance at the shackled Kundi race member in the interrogation room and slowly read out the contents of the file. Barton, 22 years old, mechanic class super, graduated from the first super academy of Segai City. Extremely talented, with excellent results. He rose to grade C during the inspection last year. Reason for imprisonment: instigating others to commit murder. A total of 126 people died under his orders, and he personally killed 7 of them, including his family. The deceased were all haters in the census records. He claimed that he did this to eliminate the stubborn ones. When the law enforcers came, he stopped his accomplices who tried to resist and chose to surrender. He also took all the blame for the crime. How ruthless! The Black Star Corps inspection team leader clicked his tongue. After reading the report, the Dynasty inspection team leader cleared his throat, opened the communication system, and spoke to Barton. Barton, you instigated people to commit such atrocious acts in order to deal with the Dynasty's inspection? Barton closed his eyes and did not say a word. Seeing this, the Dynasty inspection team leader continued. Let's assume that's what you're thinking. There's no way you don't know that when you do a case, the law enforcers will definitely come looking for you. In order to eliminate the so-called diehards, you didn't hesitate to go to prison and even took the blame for some of your accomplices. Is it worth it? Barton shook his head calmly and said in a low voice, It's both a prison here and outside. What's the difference? On this planet, no one's life has any value. If I can exchange it for some hope, of course it's worth it. You think you're very noble? The inspection team leader was expressionless. I'm an inspection team member of the Dynasty. To tell you the truth, I really don't like your extreme actions. Your motives are too obvious. Do you think you can move the Dynasty with such actions? Young man, aren't you looking down on us too much? The color of Barton's body changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He said in a low voice, In my life, this might be the only time I have the opportunity to be inspected. I'm just doing what I think is right at the right time. No matter what the outcome of the inspection is, I've reduced the source of hatred, and there will be fewer haters in the future. Even if it doesn't work now, the chances of passing the inspection in the future will be increased. At least my efforts are meaningful. The Dynasty inspection team leader was unmoved. He had seen too many examples of a defeated race undergoing cultural transformation, so he would not be moved. He thought for a while and changed the topic. If the planet is unsealed, what do you think we should do to quickly revive our race? Join the Black Star Corps. Barton's answer was without hesitation this time. The Dynasty inspection team leader narrowed his eyes. Why? Even if the ban is lifted, the Kundi race will still be living in the territory of the Black Star Corps. In the short term, the Kundi race will still need the protection of the Black Star Corps. Our civilization is still too weak. If someone can become an officer of the Black Star Corps, the Kundi race will be able to receive the corresponding help. Let the supers work for the Black Star and use the individual to feed the group. This is the best way out for now, Barton said with a deep voice. Hearing this, the Dynasty inspection team leader could not help but look at the Black Star Corps inspection team and snorted. Looks like your publicity work is very good. Thank you for the compliment. It's all because of the Army commander's leadership and charisma. The Army inspection team leader chuckled. The Dynasty inspection team leader retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and thought for a while before writing a note on the inspection form and ticking a few boxes. After the inspection team visited all the Kundi race planets, Han Xiao received the final inspection results. A total of 17 planets have met the criteria to be unsealed. The inspection standards are lower than I thought. Han Xiao curled his lips and looked at the list of unsealed planets. Planet 77 was one of them. After thinking for a while, he summoned Philip and instructed, No problem. Let's follow this list. Let the troops stationed on these 17 planets guide the residents to familiarize themselves with the Galactic Society and issue a recruitment notice. Although the ban on the Kundi race has been lifted, they have nowhere to go. A large portion of them will choose to join me. Also, broadcast the process of unsealing the 17 planets to the other planets. Encourage them to accept the transformation and regain their freedom as soon as possible. Han Xiao gave the order and looked at the details of the investigation process. He found the conversation between the Dynasty Inspection Team leader and Barton. "Oh, this kid is interesting." Han Xiao raised his brows. He pulled up Barton's information and looked at it before speaking. He then said, "Philip, inform the prison department of Planet 77 to release this kid and let him join the army." With Han Xiao's current status and level, he was not someone who could be easily moved by a few words. On one hand, he felt that Barton was a person with aspirations and was not a lazy fish. On the other hand, he felt that Barton was worth nurturing. After all, the Kundi race did not have a super system in the past, and Barton was one of the first to come into contact with it. He had become a grade C super at a young age, so his potential should be good. However, Han Xiao did not plan to meet him. He just picked out a good leek from the vegetable field out of habit and did not specially nurture him. If Barton did not make a name for himself in the Black Star Corps, Han Xiao would not remember him. After a few days, the inspection results were approved by the Dynasty. The Black Star Corps immediately took action and unsealed the 17 planets. Hundreds of billions of Kundi race members were liberated. On the day the ban was lifted, countless people cheered in ecstasy. After more than 20 years of suffering, they were finally able to see the light of day again. Be it the old or the young, they all had tears in their eyes. Everyone still had prejudice against the Dynasty, but most of them were deeply grateful to the Black Star Corps. Not only were they grateful to the Black Star Corps for notifying them in advance, but they were also grateful to Black Star for heavily injuring Moto, avenging the Kundi race, and protecting them for decades. Within the Kundi race, the reputation of the army was unparalleled, and their relationship had reached the level of reverence. At the same time, in residential Planet 77, Sigai's city prison, Barton walked out of the prison gate. The glaring sunlight almost made him unable to open his eyes. The streets were filled with revelers, and the noisy cheers came from all directions, both near and far. The lifeless city in his memories seemed to have suddenly come alive. Barton was stunned on the spot, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. "You're out of prison. Let's go." The warden spoke from behind. He had received instructions from Black Star, so he did not dare delay and personally sent Barton out of prison. "Isn't my case very bad? Why are you letting me go?" Barton turned around, shocked and confused. "Do you think I want to—" The warden cursed in his heart, but a stiff smile appeared on his face. "There's no need to thank me. The army commander personally asked for you to be released. He must have taken a liking to your ability. Work hard and don't let down the army commander's good intentions." Barton's body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The news had been promoting Black Star's strength every day. It would be a lie to say that he did not admire an expert of this level. It was just that Barton had always suppressed his admiration in his heart. He had originally planned to sacrifice himself, but he did not expect to be released. Furthermore, it was personally instructed by the legendary Black Star. Did this not mean that Black Star knew about him? All of a sudden, Barton felt a boiling hot current sweep through his body. He felt dizzy, as if he was drunk. His carapace quickly turned crimson red, as if it was cooked. Since Black Star— No, since the army commander thinks so highly of me, I will definitely not let him down. At this moment, Barton made up his mind. He had to grow and become a cadre of the army. He had to prove that Black Star did not misjudge him today. He hoped that one day he would be able to stand before Black Star and express his gratitude in person. "Your Excellency Black Star, our assessment work has been completed. We will take our leave now." In the army commander's office in Black Star Palace, the Dynasty's inspection team bowed respectfully to Han Xiao, expressing their intention to leave. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Go back and say hello to your superiors for me." Everyone nodded and left in a single file. Soon, only Han Xiao was left in the room. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the mission list. The first requirement of Kundi race leaders will provide protection during the cultural transformation of the Kundi race had finally turned into a golden completed state. Only the first batch of planets had been unsealed. there are still more people in the cultural transformation stage. However, since the first batch of Cunny race has entered the galactic society, they will naturally take care of their compatriots during the lockdown period. I won't be the only one protecting them. The corners of Han Zhao's mouth curled up. This could be considered as fulfilling the promise he had made back then. After protecting you guys for so long, I can finally collect some interest. Han Xiao took a deep breath and chose to complete the mission on the interface. A series of notifications popped up like a waterfall. Grade S mission, Cundy race leader's last wish completed. You have completed mission requirement IU have received 3 billion EXP, 10,000 Cundy race favorability, 2 random rewards, and 4 political assets, Cundy race. The Cundy race has entered the Awakening era, plus 10% super awakening rate. You have completed mission requirement 2. You have received 1,200,000,000 EXP, 15,000 Cunny race favorability, and 1 designated blank character summon card. You have received a new talent, the enemy. You have received a new talent, proof of leadership. You have received a new ability, Cundy Rage. Chapter 1253. Got it. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He had been eyeing these 3 abilities for a very long time, and he had only gotten them after an entire version. The enemy and Cundy's Rage both consumed HP. The former was a passive talent. The more HP he lost in a battle, the higher his attack power would slowly increase, capped at 25%. The latter was a skill that could greatly increase his mental resistance for a maximum of 40 seconds, and he would also be immune to almost all negative mental statuses. Among the 3 abilities, the one with the strongest effect was still Proof of Leadership. This was what the players called a semi-molding talent. Even the players could obtain it. The mechanism was that when he was the leader of a faction, he would receive a comprehensive bonus. The bonus would increase with the size and level of the faction. The most terrifying characteristic was that there was no limit. No matter how strong the players' organizations were, they would not reach the level of a beyond grade A organization, so they would not be able to receive enough bonuses from this talent. However, it was different for him. The Black Star Corps had a unique position in the universe. After one version, they were already stronger than when they triggered the mission, so they could receive more benefits from this talent. Proof of Leadership, this bonus range was quite comprehensive, including but not limited to basic attributes, health, stamina, energy, ability strength, class specialty energy attribute, machinery affinity, magic affinity, various resistances, attack power, skill level, and so on. Han Xiao looked at the talent and realized that its range was not limited to only one faction. Other than the bonus from the Black Star Corps, it also showed that the Beyond Grade A Association provided a part of the bonus. The Vice President's identity was also close to Proof of Leadership, but this part of the effect was incomplete. Only the President's position could receive the full bonus. Overall, Proof of Leadership had given him a huge boost. A single ability had directly increased his energy rank by 5,400 Ona. As his energy rank increased, the difference in actual combat power between each point became more and more shocking. He was now at the level of over 100,000 energy rank, and an increase of 5,400 Ona at this level was a huge step forward. The increase in combat power was extremely high. Feeling the shocking energy surging in his body, Han Xiao let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with joy. This talent is indeed very suitable for me. I'm one step closer to a higher level. Han Xiao happily looked at the effect of Proof of Leadership a few times and could not put it down. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as his wish of many years had been fulfilled. The members of the Cundy race had to be willing to join the army. The dynasty lifting the ban in advance would reduce the number of volunteers, but it also allowed him to obtain the greatest benefits in advance. As for the future development of the Cundy race, as long as nothing major happened, Han Xiao did not intend to interfere. In any case, the Cundy race was currently living in his territory. Even if they returned to being a normal civilization, they would still have to pay him taxes, which was equivalent to protection fees. If the Cundy race wanted to expand in his territory, They would have to rent or purchase a planet from the army. Controlling an area was indeed an extremely good way to earn profits. Through selling land, renting land, and providing all sorts of services, he could harvest the labor surplus of the Kundi race and share their actual output. Furthermore, he had the right to control the price of the planets under his jurisdiction, which meant that he could control the harvest completely. He could drain the pond to catch all the fish, or he could make a long-term profit. Han Shao naturally preferred the latter. If that's the case, I can use special benefits to attract the Kundi race supers to join the army. For example, every small officer in the army will be able to reduce the cost of purchasing resources for the Kundi race or accumulate contribution points for the entire race in exchange for certain resources, Han Shao thought to himself. The dynasty would definitely think of this and would not be willing to see this scene. However, they could not easily break the agreement that they had previously signed. Thus, when the Kundi race was lifted to a certain stage, the dynasty would definitely think of a way to make the Kundi race request to migrate. The power struggle behind this would be complicated and troublesome. Han Shao could already guess what the dynasty would do. However, he had the Black Star Corps and did not have to do everything personally. Furthermore, such a situation would not happen in the next few decades, so there was no need for him to worry about it. Han Shao shook his head and thought to himself, in any case, I should first announce the system and guide more talents to join the army. A few days later, the Black Star Corps announced a system to the Kundi race, claiming that in order to respect the Kundi race's civilization, the army would not give them benefits through charity. Instead, they would provide a large number of job opportunities to the Kundi race. The Black Star Corps claimed that this was to guide the Kundi race to integrate into the galactic society and also to give them a channel to exchange for resources. All the Kundi race members would accumulate contribution points through work, which would be recorded under the name of the entire Kundi race. The Kundi race would then be able to use this special currency to purchase various services to speed up the reconstruction of their civilization. As soon as the system was announced, it received a warm response from the Kundi race. Putting aside Han Zhao's reputation, although these hundreds of billions of Kundi race members had obtained freedom, they were still lost. Many of them did not know how to integrate into the galactic society. Now that the Black Star Corps had purposely provided a clear direction, there were many who responded to it. Han Shao was already very familiar with harvesting leaks. This method was the same as harvesting the Blue Star players back in version 2.0. Not only could it be used on the players, but it was also effective on the Kundi race. Large batches of high-quality Kundi race labor flowed into the Black Star Corps, and the number of supers increased rapidly. Currently, the Black Star Corps was developing their branches in the other star fields, and the Kundi race's manpower came at the right time. The Human Resource Department arranged for the Kundi race members to leave their hometowns and head to different star fields to develop their branches. They worked outside to accumulate contribution points for the race, and they could also break up into smaller groups. The Red Empire had also introduced a similar policy. However, due to the short duration of the transformation, only a small number of people were willing to work for the Red Empire. It was far from the scale of the army's recruitment. However, there were more Kundi race members who stayed in their race to rebuild their civilization and did not work for other organizations. The Red Empire's approach also had a certain effect. While the Black Star Corps was digesting the Kundi race's labor, Sorokin began to take action. I've finally arranged a path of retreat. I can take action at any time. In the office of the Limitless Financial Group, Sorokin sensed the actions of his doppelgangers one after another, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. Over the past few months, he had returned to the Limitless Financial Group's headquarters in the Sea of Star Spirits and prepared a path of retreat according to the plan. He had left secret warehouses in the various star fields and some secondary dimensions to store a large amount of resources. Sorokin knew how powerful a virtual mechanic was, so he did not leave any traces in the database. All this work was done by his doppelgangers. As for the related fund transfers, they were disguised as normal business transactions, avoiding financial regulations and using the methods of the executives of the financial group to fill their own pockets. However, the financial group was his to begin with, and the business was booming. There was no need for the boss to run away at all. This kind of behavior was akin to stealing from oneself, and not many people would notice the problem. At the same time, Sorokin had also left the limitless financial group with the hidden danger of a broken capital chain through a series of business operations. If nothing happened to him, the problem could be easily resolved afterward. If something happened to him, the trust of the various partners would plummet, and the limitless financial group would be dealt a huge blow. The other large financial groups would definitely not miss this opportunity and would definitely swallow up a large number of the limitless financial group's business departments. This way, all the shareholders of the limitless financial group would be left with a mess. Even if they wanted to inherit it, they would have to pay a considerable price to fill this hole. This was also one of Sorokin's backup plans. He would rather destroy his years of hard work than give it to others, especially when one of the shareholders was Black Star, the guy he hated the most. The universal treasures I collected can be used at any time, but the most helpful one for the operation is still Soul Flame. Sorokin's eyes flickered. He used to be the host of Soul Flame, so he understood the functions of this Esper ability form very well. The way he saw it, if he could regain this ability, the success rate of the plan would increase by 20%. Back then, when he gave up the identity of Soul Emperor, he did not know where Soul Flame went. In order to keep his identity a secret and not be recognized by any acquaintances, Sorokin had long used the characteristics of his Esper ability to change the frequency of his soul. It was equivalent to having plastic surgery on the mental level. However, he did not completely cut off his mental connection with Soul Flame. Instead, he separated it and turned it into a soul seed, which was always in a sealed state. As long as the seal was removed, he would be able to sense the approximate location of Soul Flame. All this time, Sorokin had disguised himself as a psychic Esper, which was commonly seen in the universe, and had never shown all the characteristics of his Esper ability. Therefore, although he was a psychic Esper, his specific ability looked quite different from the historical Soul Emperor. In order not to arouse any suspicions, he did not dare to take back Soul Flame. Anyway, he had a sense in his hands. In his opinion, no matter where Soul Flame went, it was in his bag and could be used as he pleased. Sorokin narrowed his eyes slightly and found the dust-covered soul seed in his Esper ability vision. Ignoring the distance, he took it back to his body and removed the seal. The next moment, Sorokin's eyes had a subtle change, and there was a little more indifference. Every soul seed was like a fragment of his personality. The more he took back, the more complete his personality would be, and the more he would be like the real Soul Emperor, Rovel Sisak. At the same time that the soul seed was unsealed, a distant feeling appeared in his senses and pointed to a direction. Sorokin turned his head and looked at the deep starry sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. Soul Flame is in that direction. Ancient Star Desert, right? At the same time, in the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, who was playing Wayne cards with everyone, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look out of the window with a puzzled look in his eyes. Why did he suddenly feel like he was being spied on? Before he could think about it, Biger, who was opposite him, slapped the table impatiently. Don't be in a daze. I have a mecha empire. Do you want it or not? Oathkeeper came back to his senses and threw out a card. A black star. It's bigger than you. TSK dog luck. No, you continue. Oathkeeper's attention returned to the game. Wayne cards included almost all the forces and people in the galaxy. So if you wanted to understand the current structure and history of the universe, Wayne cards were an extremely efficient way. It's definitely not because we like to play cards. Chapter 1254. Ancient Star Desert. Somewhere in the desolate universe belt, an armed fleet was slowly advancing in the universe. Sorokin stood in the command room of the main ship, looking at the distant starry sky. This armed fleet was a mercenary group he had secretly cultivated in the Ancient Star Desert. Other than a few upper echelons, no one knew that the boss behind them was the limitless financial group. For this operation, Sorokin had secretly replaced a doppelganger that looked like him in the financial group's headquarters, while his main body quietly slipped out and led the mercenary group to the location of Soul Flame. This group did not know the specific purpose of this trip and only followed the orders of the upper echelons. For safety's sake, Sorokin even wore a mask to cover his face. At this time, other than the leader of the group beside him, no one else in the fleet knew that the famous Sorokin was on the ship. The feeling is much stronger, which means that we're getting closer. Sorokin observed the star map. Within a certain distance in a straight line, there was only one desolate planet. He was basically sure that Soul Flame was on this planet. On the star map, this planet did not have a name, only a serial number. It was extremely barren and was labeled as a planet with no development value. After the fleet advanced for a while, when they were still some distance away from this planet, Sorokin called for the fleet to stop. All ships stop advancing. Use the astronomical observatory and observe the surface of that planet from a distance. Observation complete. Boss, there are no abnormalities on the planet's surface. It's desolate, and there's nothing worth paying attention to. The specific situation still needs to be investigated. Send a reconnaissance ship to land on the planet first. Most of them remain hidden and wait here. Sorokin nodded and gave the order. Caution was the parent of safety, and he had long been used to being a coward. He was worried that the Soul Flame had a host, so he decided to test it out first. Even if it was a barren planet, he still had to repeatedly confirm the potential dangers. He did not dare to expose himself immediately. The reconnaissance ship left the main fleet and quickly headed toward the planet. Sorokin quietly used his ability and possessed the captain of the reconnaissance ship. After waiting for a while, the reconnaissance ship finally arrived at the planet. It turned on all kinds of scanning instruments and began to observe the situation below the planet. However, after scanning for a full hour, all the results were normal. Sorokin immediately realized the problem and narrowed his eyes. His senses indicated that the Soul Flame was somewhere underground, so it was impossible for him not to discover it, unless someone had set up a disguised device underground, which meant that there was an unknown person here. Even if you can block the scanning, you can't hide the real thing. With a thought, Sorokin's doppelganger marked a general area on the planet's underground model. He ordered the crew to stop scanning and directly released the engineering robots to dig a hole directly to the location of Soul Flame. However, just as the engineering robots were released, the scout ship suddenly broke down and fell straight to the ground. The crew in the cabin was like being in a can that had been shaken by someone, and the fall caused them to bleed profusely. Sorokin restrained his instincts and did not let his manifestation reveal its ability. Just as the scout ship was about to hit the ground, a blue-purple magic portal suddenly appeared below. The scout ship fell in and disappeared from the planet's surface. At the same time, the core leaders in the distance hurriedly reported to Sorokin's main body. Boss, the scout ship just cut off the communication link and suddenly disappeared. Should we go and take a look? No need. Let's retreat first. Sorokin's eyes flickered. It seemed that there were indeed enemies near the Soul Flame. He had possessed the captain of the scout ship to prepare for a rainy day. Now, he could use it to observe the enemy. He could do anything at once. At this moment, the vision and perception of his manifestation were displayed in his mind. After the scout ship fell into the portal, it seemed to have fallen on a buffer platform. It did not crash, but the vibration in the cabin caused everyone to fall again. A few operators held their bleeding heads and hurriedly pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Captain, all the functions of the spaceship are frozen. We have lost contact with the main force. Sorokin's manifestation pretended to be flustered and said in a low voice, "All of you, put on the land exploration armor and manually open the hatch. Go outside and see where we are." After the order was given, the crew hurriedly changed into land exploration armor warriors. They suppressed the nervousness in their hearts and carefully opened the hatch. Chee! The sound of the air pressure valve adjusting was heard. The hatch quickly slid open. Seeing the scene outside, everyone's body froze. They saw that this was a space similar to an underground hangar. Outside was a large group of mecha warriors fully wrapped up. They held high-energy firearms and surrounded the entire scout ship. The muzzles of their guns were aimed at the hatch. "What is this place? Who are you people?" The crew members of the scout ship were shocked. The mecha warriors outside were unmoved. The leader said coldly, "Disarm immediately and walk out with your hands raised. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately. This is an unfamiliar organization. They should be hiding under the planet." Sorokin did not see any organization logo on the mecha of this group of people. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately pretended to be nervous and afraid of death. He shouted for the crew members to throw down their weapons and walked out with their hands raised. Soon, the crew members were captured and locked up separately. Sorokin's manifestation was alone in an interrogation room. After waiting for a while, the door was pushed open. A mecha warrior who also did not show his face walked in and sat opposite him. He was obviously here to interrogate. His words were concise and comprehensive. "I ask, you answer. Otherwise, you die. Understand?" Sorokin's manifestation pretended to be afraid and nodded. "I just checked your voyage log and found that you belong to a mercenary group. Tell me, why are you here?" I don't know. I'm just following orders." Sorokin's manifestation deliberately stuttered as he answered. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Through checking the voyage log and interrogating the crew members, this unknown organization must have known that the mercenary group's main force was also here. Fortunately, he was cautious and kept the main force from short distance. When the scout ship crashed, he had ordered the main force to retreat. This move was effective. This unknown organization could not get accurate information. The interrogator asked many more questions. Sorokin's manifestation's words were both true and false. He basically maintained the level of information that a captain should know. He pretended to tremble. He had acted for most of his life and was already familiar with it. He was also a strong contender for the throne of Best Actor, so he did not arouse the other party's suspicion. After a while, the interrogator finished asking the questions and was about to stand up and leave the room. At this moment, the eyes of Sorokin's possessed body shone brightly. Using his vision as a springboard, this possessed mental energy rushed into the interrogator's body and tried to possess him. He needed to find out the details of this unknown organization, so it was naturally the best choice to have an internal member as his manifestation. Sorokin's ability had almost no warning signs and was extremely secretive. At such a close distance, this interrogator, who was not even at the calamity grade, was naturally defenseless. In an instant, control of the body was taken away. After taking over the body, Sorokin did not even have time to be happy. He suddenly realized that there was a bright flame in the brain of this body. Seal a soul flame. The moment the interrogator's brain was taken over by an external mental entity, this flame seemed to have sensed something and suddenly jumped up. It was as though it was about to turn into a sea of fire and directly burn the brain of this body. Sorokin's expression changed. He instantly adjusted the frequency of his soul and performed a series of complicated operations. A mental strength covered the flame. The next moment, this flame slowly calmed down. However, sparks would appear from time to time, as though it was about to explode at any moment. Seeing this, Sorokin heaved a sigh of relief. He was all too familiar with the effects of the soul flame. It could be used to place a surveillance seal on others to prevent certain secrets from being leaked or to prevent others from searching through their memories. Once triggered, it would immediately burn all related memories, and the owner of the soul flame would sense it. This method was useful for most people, even beyond grade as, but Sorokin was not one of them. He had once been the host of Soul Flame and had long studied the mechanisms of various abilities thoroughly. Furthermore, there was still a remnant of mental strength in his soul seed. Coupled with the characteristics of his own abilities, he could temporarily avoid the seal of Soul Flame. This meant that he was one of the very few people in the universe who had the ability to infiltrate the Holy Covenant. After a series of operations, he successfully made the seal of Soul Flame misjudge him and did not explode immediately. However, Sorokin knew that he was not the real host and could only deceive the seal for a period of time. If he retracted his mental strength, the seal would immediately explode and be discovered by the current host. At the same time, he did not dare to read the memories of this body because the soul flame had sealed all related memories. It was as if it had buried a series of triggers. Once triggered again, he would not be able to deceive the restrictions of the soul flame and would be exposed immediately. That was close. Don't tell me that every member of this mysterious organization has a seal of soul flame on them. Sorokin was alarmed. This meant that the host of Soul Flame should be the leader of this foreign organization. At the very least, he should be one of the upper echelons. To actually use such a method to ensure that all members of the organization would not leak information. What kind of big secret would require such a large amount of effort? What exactly does this organization do? He controlled the new body to leave the room while thinking to himself. Although he could not read the memories, he could use the convenience of this body to observe the situation of this organization. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, someone came to take over. Sorokin followed the principle of speaking more and making more mistakes. He silently handed over the investigation report. Seeing that no one gave him any orders, he left the area on his own. After walking around for a while, he quickly discovered that this organization's base was very large and had a lot of people. However, there were no signs of power anywhere. Sorokin's new body did not dare to ask anyone for fear of giving himself away. He could only walk around blindly. However, this body's authority seemed to be very low. There were many areas that he could not go to, especially the location of Soul Flame. It was in a forbidden area that did not allow basic personnel to enter. This can't go on. If I can't find any valuable information, my infiltration will be exposed sooner or later. Looks like I need to use external forces. Sorokin's heart skipped a beat. In his opinion, this mysterious organization was very secretive. Once exposed, there was a high probability that they would move. It was a good opportunity for the mercenary group, not far away, to launch a large-scale attack on this planet, forcing this organization to show their strength and move. At that time, there would be more opportunities to discover the secrets of this organization and the identity of Soul Flame's master. As for the possible casualties in the mercenary group, he did not care at all. They were expendable chess pieces to begin with. Thinking of this, Sorokin's original body immediately turned to the leader of the army and said, "Send my orders. Send out 70% of the troops to bombard that planet. The remaining 30% will continue to retreat with me." Understood. The leader of the army immediately gave the order. A portion of the armed fleet immediately moved forward. After a while, they entered the attack area. Then, without saying a word, they activated all kinds of long-range weapons. Huge, diamond-shaped missiles were shot out with tails of flame behind them, heading straight for the target. All of a sudden, a light blue magic barrier enveloped the entire planet, blocking all of the bombardment and causing them to explode into fireworks in outer space. Before the fleet could continue to take action, all the battleships that went to attack the planet lost control and started killing each other as though they were being controlled by someone else. At the same time, a dazzling ring of fire suddenly spread out in all directions with the planet as the center. Like a phantom, it rapidly penetrated the fleet. The next moment, more than 90% of the crew members in the fleet had their souls incinerated. They died on the spot. The armed fleet that went to attack the planet completely lost their combat ability in less than a minute. At this time, holes suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet. Spaceships without labels flew out and seized all the remaining battleships in outer space. It was destroyed so quickly. Sorokin's expression darkened as he stood in the main ship. He knew that the mercenary group was cannon fodder, but he did not expect them to be destroyed so quickly. However, while the battle was short, it was not like he did not gain anything. In the short exchange of fire, he saw a terrifying strength that almost made him suck in a breath of cold air. Mages, virtual mechanics, and the master of Soul Flame. There are at least 3 beyond grade, as in this organization. Sorokin's expression was uncertain, and he still had lingering fears. This organization was too unfathomable. Fortunately, he was cautious and chose to test them. If he had charged in recklessly like a rash pugilist, he would have been caught off guard. Luckily, I was a coward. Thinking of this, he could not help but order the remaining fleet to retreat at full speed and increase the distance between them as much as possible. At the same time, Sorokin's manifestation, which had infiltrated the Holy Covenant organization, also received an emergency order to move. In the underground base of the planet, the members of the organization were moving resources, destroying the base, and activating the spaceships. Sorokin's manifestation was also summoned by his superior and quickly rushed over. While working at the dock, he observed the surroundings. Not long after, he sensed that Soul Flame's location was rapidly approaching. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard from one of the passageways, accompanied by the sound of people chatting. He actually found the voices of a few people familiar. Strange, what was with that fleet just now? Why did they suddenly attack us? Are they coming for us? Did they discover us? That can't be. With such a small force, they wouldn't overestimate themselves and attack us. It seems like a passing fleet discovered our base. How can we be so unlucky? Did you not wash your face this morning? The voices were getting closer and closer. Very soon, a group of people walked out of the passage, complaining as they walked toward the spaceships docked at the dock. Sensing that the owner of Soul Flame was among this group of people, Sorokin instinctively turned around to take a look. With just this one glance, his mind and spirit had completely fallen into disarray. King of War Pangan, Mage God Baiger, Purple Emperor Meiji. They were all primordial ones from the same era as him. And there was even Baiger, his enemy, among them. Didn't they die a long time ago? Why would they appear in this place alive? Just as Sorokin's emotions were shaken, the mental energy he used to suppress the soul flame restriction also fluctuated, and a gap appeared. The next moment, the seal broke through the suppression and exploded, instantly burning the soul of this manifestation into nothing. Oathkeeper, who was leading the way in front of a group of awakened primordial ones, immediately sensed something and turned around. He immediately saw the manifestation on the ground. Someone just triggered Soul Flame's seal. Oathkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with uncontrollable excitement. Could it be the legendary spy has appeared? Good job, kid. After so many years, I really thought you didn't exist. You finally showed a flaw. Chapter 1255. The mental energy that possessed the Holy Covenant warrior was burned by Soul Flame. Sorokin's main body could not care less about being exposed. He recalled what he had seen before he fell to the ground, and disbelief appeared on his face. Dozens of primordial ones, all living to the modern era. Did they fake their deaths like me? Sorokin was shocked. How is that possible? Some of them should have really died. Their ashes should have been scattered all over the place, all right? How did they survive the exploration era and live to this day while hiding their identities? Is this actually a nursing home for the primordial ones? Or could it be that this group of people had been hiding for so long and had been brewing a shocking conspiracy? Sorokin's mind was in a mess. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. He originally thought that he was a crocodile hiding under the water, but only now did he realize that the explored universe was deeper than he had imagined. This organization was hidden so well that he had never heard of it. Could it be that no one else in the universe knew about this secret other than him? At this time, Sorokin suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly ordered the group leader, disperse. Disperse the troops immediately and retreat in different directions. Full speed ahead. Sorokin's tone had a rare hint of panic. He was confident in his own strength. He originally thought that this trip would be a piece of cake, and the success rate of taking back Soul Flame would not be low. Even when he had probed 3 beyond grade as not long ago, he had only become a little more serious. He did not think that he would fail. However, he did not expect that there would be more than 3 beyond grade as here. Even multiplied by 10 would not be enough. The situation had exceeded his expectations. Who could handle this? dozens of beyond grade, as had already exceeded the limit of what he could deal with. Furthermore, his possession had triggered the alarm of soul flame. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Sorokin immediately lost all hope of taking action. He only wished that he could escape from this area as soon as possible, the further the better. At this time, the group leader looked at the remote observation screen and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, their fleet is moving. They're flying toward us." Furthermore, dozens of high-energy reaction bodies suddenly appeared on the radar. They're all suspected to be beyond grade as. Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. Sorokin was shocked and furious. He could secretly find out more about this organization in the future, but if they caught up to him now, even Future wouldn't be able to do anything. The mercenary group quickly scattered and fled in different directions. The main ship Sorokin was injected all its energy into the engine and entered overload mode to escape at full speed. The starlight outside the window was pulled into glowing threads. But not long after, the radar suddenly rang with an ear-piercing alarm. Boom! The next second, the entire spaceship shuddered and abruptly exited its hyperdrive mode, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness. The immense inertia caused all the crew members, except for Sorokin, to fall to the ground like rolling gourds. Sorokin ignored the cries of pain from the crew and hurriedly looked out of the window. The space around them was filled with magic arrays and translucent arcane tentacles that looked like glass extended from them, firmly entangling the entire spaceship. They were still tightening and squeezing. The sound of metal armor tearing could be clearly heard in the cabin, and cracks appeared on the alloy cabin walls. At the same time, in front of the spaceship, a magic portal suddenly opened, and Biger walked out with a group of primordial ones. Biger! Sorokin's eyes spat flames of anger, and he clenched his teeth. Old and new hatred surged in his heart. Damn the sorcerer! This time, the spaceship was suddenly taken over by a virtual mechanic among the primordial ones, and it automatically entered communication mode. The next moment, Oathkeeper's projection appeared in the cabin, sizing up Sorokin, who was hiding in the spaceship. His tone was 3 parts excitement, 3 parts curiosity, and 4 parts anger. "You're the one who bypassed Soul Flame's warning and possessed my subordinate. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you people?" Sorokin raised his guard 100%. "Interesting. You're not going to say that you were just passing by, are you?" Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes. "Listen to me, you'll have plenty of time to explain later." Without waiting for Sorokin to finish, the dozens of beyond grade as attacked at the same time. Shocking energy burst out, heading straight for the spaceship that Sorokin was in. Boom! The spaceship was instantly crushed into molecular dust by the energy torrent. Sorokin crashed out of the cabin at the last moment. Feeling the despairing difference in strength, he could not help but complain in his heart. He originally wanted to use words to calm these people down, but they had already attacked, and there was nothing he could do. Although his physical body was not the foundation of his life, Sorokin did not want to fall into the hands of these people. "I can only attack." Sorokin secretly clenched his teeth and retracted most of his soul seeds. His entire temperament suddenly changed, revealing a cold and ruthless feeling. Shocking mental fluctuations erupted with him as the center. Visible ripples appeared in the surrounding space, as though a mental storm had appeared out of nowhere. Sensing this fluctuation, Oathkeeper's eyes narrowed, and he pulled his teammates into the mental chat channel. "Be careful, this guy is very strong. Don't lose to him. Don't worry, we have more people." Everyone laughed as they surrounded and attacked together. The two sides fought fiercely, and a fierce battle erupted. However, in less than a few seconds, Sorokin fell into a one-sided disadvantage. His combat strength was indeed very strong, and he could even occupy a place among the peak beyond grade as. However, no matter how strong he was, he did not enter a new level and was still in the category of beyond grade as. With dozens of beyond grade as swarming up, no matter how strong Sorokin was, he could only take a beating. Even if the evolved ES God came, the outcome would not be much different. Sorokin could only defend with difficulty. Very soon, his mask was shattered, and everyone finally saw his appearance. This guy is Sorokin of the Limitless Financial Group? Oathkeeper was stunned. He did not expect this guy who infiltrated the organization to be a famous oligarch in the universe. Wasn't this guy famous for being weak? Wasn't he at the bottom of the beyond grade as? How did he have such strength? Could it be that Sorokin had been pretending to be weak and hiding his strength all this time? Just as he was wondering, Biger suddenly discovered something from Sorokin's combat mode and exclaimed, "This Esper ability, are you Soul Emperor?" What? Everyone's body trembled, and they hurriedly observed carefully. They all found some clues. Modern people could only analyze Soul Emperor's ability from information, but they were from the same era as Soul Emperor and had fought him countless times, so they immediately discovered some clues. Hearing this, Sorokin was filled with hatred. He had always avoided using his full strength because he was afraid of being recognized, but he did not expect that he could not avoid it. He knew that he could not hide from these acquaintances. Anyway, he originally had the intention of giving up this alias. Thinking that these acquaintances could at least talk to him, he stopped pretending and shouted, "It's me. Didn't you bastards die a long time ago? Why are you still alive? It really is you, Rovel Sisak." The primordial ones were shocked, and their attacks slowed down slightly. If it were a stranger, they would not have been affected, but Soul Emperor was someone from their era and was someone they knew. Everyone was very curious about what was going on with Sorokin. "We didn't revive you. Could it be that you're not dead at all?" Biger's expression changed slightly. He recalled Black Star's words back then, hinting that Soul Emperor was still alive. "You faked your death back then?" Biger was greatly shocked and astonished. "I clearly killed you back then. There was no sign of life left. How did you do it? How dare you mention it?" Sorokin dodged another magic arrow that could penetrate a planet. The veins on his forehead bulged as he recalled the memories back then. Back then, his physical body had lost its life, and he was indeed on the verge of death. The strong unwillingness in his heart caused his potential to erupt, allowing his Esper ability to undergo a second awakening and complete the upgrade, allowing him to comprehend the Immortal Soul ability. Otherwise, he would have died in the Exploration Era war along with his original physical body. At this time, Oathkeeper thought of something and suddenly doubted his judgment of a mole. It looked like Sorokin did not know about it long ago. Could it be that it had nothing to do with the organization's previous information leak? "I didn't expect you to be Soul Emperor back then. You hid really well. How did you discover us?" "I just want to take back Soul Flame and follow my senses. I didn't know anything about you guys." Sorokin clenched his teeth. "Stop fighting. Let me go." Oathkeeper recalled what happened just now. He was about 60 to 70% convinced, but he still shook his head. "Regardless of whether you knew about it in the past or not, you've exposed our secret today, so don't leave. We're all from the same era. Let's have a good chat, but that will have to wait until you lose the ability to resist. Surrender obediently. You have no chance of escaping, so why continue to suffer?" Everyone agreed. Most of them did not plan to kill Sorokin immediately. After all, they were acquaintances from the old era. Meeting the modern era was more or less fate. They all wanted to know what Sorokin had been through all these years. Bang! This time, Sorokin was punched in the face by Penguin again, and he flew out in circles. He forced himself not to lose focus as he observed the battlefield. His heart kept sinking. With dozens of beyond grade as surrounding him, he did not have the ability to break through it all. In terms of mobility, the mage's teleportation spell was far superior to his, so there was no way he could escape at all. Is this body that I spent so much effort cultivating really going to die here? I clearly wanted to use it to deal with Black Star, but I haven't even seen Black Star's face yet. Although Sorokin had a certain degree of confidence that he would not die here with the help of his Esper ability, he did not want to take the risk if he could escape with his physical body. After all, with a record of faking his death, these people would definitely check more carefully. How many years has it been since I've been in such a sorry state? I'm still not good at being a coward. If I knew that I would end up poking a hornet's nest, why would I want to kill Black Star? Wouldn't it have been better to just retire? Sorokin was filled with regret. What? Still not surrendering? Viger snorted. Don't think that I won't kill you just because we're acquaintances. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Hearing this, Sorokin suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he suddenly recalled a memory that had been sealed for a long time. I remember now. Holy Covenant. You guys are the Holy Covenant. The memories of the exploration era became fresh again. Back then, Sorokin had heard of the Holy Accord, but he only scoffed and did not join. After so long, the primordial ones had died one after another. He had thought that the Holy Covenant organization had disappeared in the river of history. When he first discovered the dozens of beyond grade, as Sorokin was too shocked and busy running, so he did not think about this at all. Just now, in order to find a way to escape, his brain was spinning rapidly, and he finally remembered the rumor circulating among the primordial ones. So, the Sanctum Revival is real? You guys succeeded? Sorokin's expression suddenly changed, and his tone was filled with disbelief. If it was really a revival, everything would make sense. He did not expect such a baseless rumor to be true. Seeing that Sorokin had guessed the truth, everyone present was shocked. Soul Emperor was from the same era, so it was not impossible for him to guess the truth. However, although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked to have their secret exposed. At this time, a thought flashed through Sorokin's mind, and he connected all his previous experiences together. A plan quickly appeared in his mind, and he was overjoyed. It was as if he had found a glowing exit in the darkness of despair, the only hope to escape. The Holy Covenant was so mysterious, so they definitely did not want to expose the Sanctum Revival. This was the only thing that could be used against them. Only by betting that these people did not dare expose would there be a chance for things to turn around. While thinking, Sorokin did not hesitate and shouted, "You guys have been hiding the secret of the Sanctum Revival. You've been hiding your identities and keeping the secret of the Sanctum Revival. You must remember that my ability is to possess outsiders. I won't be able to escape your encirclement today, but before you kill me with my ability, I have time to control the other star fields and spread the news of the Sanctum Revival. If you don't want to leak the information, stop immediately, or I'll immediately expose the information to all the organizations." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed, and they subconsciously slowed down their attacks, looking at Oathkeeper in unison. "Are you threatening us?" Oathkeeper's eyes were uncertain. "You forced me to do this. I just want to live." Sorokin wiped the blood from his forehead. Although he was not confident, he could only pretend to be tough and said in a deep voice, "You're the host of Soul Flame, so you can try to stop me, but can you bear the consequences? Only I know the secret, so it's better than the whole universe knowing." Oathkeeper silently sized up Sorokin for a while. When the atmosphere became more tense, he suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. "Everyone, stop." As soon as he said that, everyone stopped attacking, but they still surrounded Sorokin with unfriendly expressions, not letting him escape. This really hit Oathkeeper's weak spot. He knew the impact of the Sanctum Revival being exposed. In comparison, Sorokin's life was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Oathkeeper was also an expert in the field of mental strength, but he did not have 100% confidence in stopping Sorokin from using his Esper ability to control the possessed body. Who knew what new methods this guy had learned after living for so long? Oathkeeper felt that things did not have to go to that point, so he planned to play it safe and observe the situation. Push the book Initial Evolution, a new work, one of the Evolution trilogy. If you're interested, go take a look. Chapter 1256. Seeing that everyone had stopped attacking, Sorokin finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could only feel the burning pain from the wounds all over his body. Although the battle did not last long, the difference in strength was too great. He had been beaten up the entire time and was rubbed against the ground by dozens of burly men. His injuries were not light. If not for his extraordinary strength, any other beyond grade A would have been beaten into a pancake. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hit the weak spot of the Holy Covenant. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Furthermore, just knowing the weakness of the Holy Covenant was not enough. He had to have the ability to use it as a threat. Under such circumstances, very few people in the universe could do this, and Sorokin was one of them. No one knew how many doppelgangers he had and where they were hidden. Furthermore, they were not sure what method Sorokin had to fake his death, so they did not dare act rashly. This time, Sorokin suppressed the twitching of his nerves, suppressed the anger in his heart, and put on a stiff smile. Ahem, that's more like it. We're all old acquaintances. We should resolve today's misunderstanding in a peaceful way. Fighting and killing is not good. What do you have to say? Oathkeeper stood with his arms crossed, hovering in the starry sky, his tone noncommittal. Sorokin rolled his eyes. We can definitely work together. Work together? Oathkeeper sized Sorokin up. That's right. We're all old fellows from the old era. Our past grudges have long dissipated with time. We're not enemies now. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. My goal is actually just soul flame, but I coincidentally found out your secret. The biggest conflict between us is your distrust of me. You're worried that an outsider like me will leak the information, so you plan to capture me. Sorokin had already calmed down. He took out the silver tongue that he had honed over the years in the business world to negotiate. He observed everyone's expressions, paused, and continued. But now, you have no way to stop me from leaking the information, and I'm worried that you'll do something to me. Both of us have things to worry about. Therefore, to both of us, working together is the best choice. If we can reach a consensus peacefully, we can avoid the situation from escalating into a situation where both sides suffer. Then how do you want to cooperate? Oathkeeper asked with narrowed eyes. It's very simple. You're worried that I'll be exposed, and you don't trust me to act in the outside world. Why don't you just let me join the Holy Covenant? We'll all be on the same side. Won't that solve the problem? A smile appeared on Sorokin's face. His core thought was very simple. If he couldn't beat them, he would join them. This was not an expedient measure to save his life, but the result of careful consideration. Although the encounter this time brought about life-threatening danger, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it might be a wonderful opportunity to explore the secrets of the universe. He was already prepared to give up his identity as Sorokin. He originally planned to go to the secondary dimensions and live in seclusion for a while, but now it seemed that the Holy Covenant organization might be a better place to go. Not only did he have a group of old acquaintances to accompany him, but they also seemed to be brewing some big plan. Staying here, he could even pretend to the outside world that he had also revived. After the initial shock, Sorokin had already developed a strong interest in the Sanctum revival. His other goal was to reduce the number of beyond grade as in the universe, but now that he had discovered that there was a way to revive beyond grade as, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace if he did not figure out what was going on. At the same time, Sorokin could not help but feel a little jealous. He originally thought that most of the primordial ones had disappeared in the long river of history, and he was the only one who had survived to the new era. Although he did not say it out loud, he had always had a faint sense of superiority in his heart, thinking that he was the only one who had the last laugh among the strong people of his generation. However, now that he saw that a large group of primordial ones were still alive, Sorokin's superiority disappeared, and he only felt sour in his heart. Especially when he thought about how he had lived a careful life while hiding his identity for so many years, he could not help but feel jealous and envious of this group of revivers. Therefore, he became even more interested in the Sanctum revival. You want to join the Holy Covenant? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their gazes became strange. You want to share the fruits of our victory without giving anything? Why are you so optimistic? After not seeing you for so many years, how did the powerful Soul Emperor in their memories become so slick? Oathkeeper frowned and pondered, not saying anything. He seemed to be conflicted. Seeing this, Sorokin added fuel to the fire and said, "To be honest, I happen to have thoughts of retiring. If the Holy Covenant is willing to accept me, I won't come empty-handed. You should know that I'm the head of the Limitless Financial Group. I could bring a huge amount of funds to the Holy Covenant. No matter what plan you want to carry out, you need money, right? He also coveted the secret of the Sanctum revival and did not hesitate to exchange for the qualifications to join. If he could enjoy such benefits, his life would be more secure. Hearing this, Oathkeeper said faintly, "The risk of letting an outsider join is not very controllable. You've hidden so deeply, and we don't know much about you. It's very difficult to trust you. I understand your concerns, but I'm indeed very sincere. As for what an outsider says, I don't think it's accurate." Sorokin smiled and said, "We're all old acquaintances, and we have a certain understanding of each other's style. We don't lack trust." Biger suddenly shook his head and interrupted. "No, we're not close. F***CKU. You roasted me all those years ago." Sorokin almost wanted to curse, but he still had to maintain a smile. Oathkeeper slowly said, "After so many years, you must have changed more than one identity. How do we know what changes you've made?" Hearing this, Sorokin was silent for a moment and then shook his head. "Everyone has some secrets. No matter what I've experienced in the past, I'm just Sorokin now." He did not want to reveal information about his other identities. Soul Emperor and Sorokin's aliases were still considered clean, but he had committed many crimes with his other identities. If exposed, it would become a new weakness. Thus, he refused to reveal the aliases he had used before. He could also take this opportunity to show his toughness in the negotiation and remind the other party of their equal status in the negotiation. Oathkeeper thought for a moment, changed the question, and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Let me ask you first. You said that you can sense soul flame, but there has been no movement for so many years. Why do you suddenly want this ability back? If you don't explain this clearly, we won't believe you." Sorokin hesitated for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Actually, I met a strong enemy and wanted to deal with him, so I want to get soul flame back and do my best to improve my strength." "Who's that strong enemy?" "Black Star." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly controlled their expressions and did not reveal anything strange. Oathkeeper suppressed the surprise in his heart and pretended to be puzzled. "Black Star? I know this guy. He has only risen in recent decades and seems to be the top echelon powerhouses in the universe. It is said that his strength is unfathomable. How did you provoke him?" At the mention of this, Sorokin's face darkened. "He saw through my identity and came to extort me. I decided to keep the peace and agreed to his request. I cooperated with him at a loss just to satisfy his appetite and not let him leak it out. However, this bastard is too much of a bully. He took my money, exposed my background, and plotted against me behind my back. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might really think that I'm easy to bully." This time, Sorokin's anger was not an act, but an expression of his true feelings. It was as if he could not live under the same sky with Black Star. It was as if he was in front of him, he would beat him to death on the spot. "So, this is the reason why you gave up your current identity and wanted to hide your identity?" Oathkeeper saw that Sorokin's expression did not seem to be fake, and he could not help but think, "That's right. I don't want to be noticed by the 3 universal civilizations. He forced me to give up the organization I've been building for many years and run away." Sorokin said bitterly. He was extremely hostile to Han Shao, and he even had a greedy thought just now. He wanted to use leaking the secret as a threat to force the Holy Covenant to help him deal with Black Star. With such a strong, unexpected armed force, Black Star would definitely be caught off guard. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still dispelled this impulsive idea. After all, Black Star had the king's teleportation and would not be surrounded. At the same time, his threat would definitely cause the Holy Covenant to be dissatisfied, and there was a chance that they would refuse to accept him. Compared to the secret of the Sanctum revival, dealing with Black Star was not so important, so Sorokin did not want to lose the big picture for a small gain. Furthermore, he had learned a lesson from this encounter. Since he had chosen to be a coward, he should be a coward to the end. Therefore, Sorokin did not want to cause any more trouble. With the big secret of the Holy Covenant organization in front of him, he secretly decided to cancel the plan to deal with Black Star and retire quietly. Anyway, he felt that there would be a lot of time in the future. There would be a better opportunity in the future to make Black Star pay the price for what he had done. Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "If you're targeted by Black Star, then this is a risk. If we accept you, Black Star might find the organization's location one day, because of you, causing us to be exposed just like today." Sorokin hurriedly said, "No, Black Star doesn't have much obsession with me. He's probably just after my assets. You guys don't know this, but this guy's insatiable, overbearing, ambitious, cunning, and extremely shameless. Swallowing the limitless financial group's assets is his goal. If not for the fact that I've come into contact with Black Star, I might have really believed you. But it's true that he's shameless." Oathkeeper secretly rolled his eyes and pretended to be serious. "This is just your guess. You can't guarantee what Black Star will do. If you want to join the Holy Covenant, it's best to deal with this hidden danger first." Sorokin secretly felt a headache. He had already planned to cancel the plan for the sake of safety, but he did not expect that the Holy Covenant would force him to continue targeting Black Star. However, in his opinion, Oathkeeper's worries were reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Sorokin did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. "To be honest, I don't have much confidence in dealing with Black Star alone. He's too strong." Sorokin was helpless. Oathkeeper glared at him. "Do you still want our help? Don't push your luck. If you really think you can blackmail us at will, we'll get rid of you even if it means exposing ourselves." His attitude was so tough because he did not want Sorokin to think that the Holy Covenant had anything to do with Black Star. "Then what are you going to do?" Sorokin asked. He felt that Oathkeeper had said so much, so it was impossible for him to still want to fight to the death. Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly slowed down. "In short, you can't leave for now. We have to ensure that your main body is within our sight, but we won't do anything to you. This is just an insurance measure to prevent you from leaking the secret. As for the request to join the Holy Covenant, we still need to consider it and weigh the pros and cons." Everyone in the Holy Covenant could tell that Oathkeeper was giving in, and their expressions were different. "No. Are we really going to accept him?" Biger pretended to be surprised. "This is still a choice. Otherwise, are we really going to let him leak the information?" Oathkeeper turned to look at him, then glanced at the others, secretly giving them a look. He then turned back to Sorokin and said calmly, "This is my condition. If you don't accept it, then there's nothing to talk about." Sorokin weighed the pros and cons for a while and realized that he did not have many choices. This result was already not bad, so he exhaled and slowly nodded. "Okay, I agree to this condition. I'm willing to be under your control for the time being, but you can't secretly set up a trap to block my mental fluctuations. Although this kind of thing is not very useful to me, as long as you show such signs, I'll regard it as your lack of sincerity in cooperating. I'll immediately tear up the deal and let my manifestation expose the information." "Okay." Oathkeeper nodded. Both sides reached a consensus, and the atmosphere quickly eased. Everyone surrounded Sorokin and brought him to the Holy Covenant's fleet, intending to monitor this guy every minute and every second as a new form of entertainment other than playing cards. Sorokin was obediently taken away by the crowd. He secretly wiped his cold sweat, feeling that this experience was like a dream, and secretly rejoiced. "Fortunately, I'm quite persuasive and want to turn for the better." When everyone was far away, Oathkeeper also heaved a sigh of relief. His plan was more or less the same, to stabilize the other party first. Actually, to Oathkeeper, if Sorokin was sincere about joining, then accepting him was not a big deal. Both sides did not have any deep grudges, and they were acquaintances from the same era. They had common topics to talk about, and it could prevent secrets from being leaked. Holy Covenant was not an affiliated force, so they did not need to report to Black Star when recruiting new members. However, Oathkeeper felt that it was better to inform Black Star about this. After all, Sorokin and Black Star had conflicts, and Oathkeeper was still biased toward Han Shao. To him, the Black Star Corps was a more important partner. Thinking of this, Oathkeeper closed his eyes and secretly used his mental projection to contact Han Shao. Black Star Palace, Army Commander's office. Oathkeeper's mental projection appeared in the room. and he looked up and saw the burly figure handling documents in his seat. Noticing Oathkeeper's arrival, Han Shao looked up and smiled. "Yo, old Chi, what a rare guest." Oathkeeper was not in a mood to chat and said in a deep voice, "Black Star, something unexpected happened just now. I feel like I need to inform you. This might seriously affect our plan." "Then tell me." "I didn't gag you." Han Shao was not nervous and teased him. "Just now, Sorokin came looking for me." Oathkeeper recounted the situation without holding back. "There's such a thing? I thought my luck was trash. I didn't expect you to be so bad." Han Shao was instantly amused. He did not expect Sorokin to be so brave as to barge into the nursing home. "You can still laugh." Oathkeeper was annoyed. "Tell me what to do about this. If you don't have any objections, I'll really take him into Holy Covenant." "Sai, what's the rush? Isn't this very easy to solve?" Han Shao waved his hand casually. "What ideas do you have?" "I think you've misunderstood. It's understandable that you're confused because you're too concerned." Han Shao put his hands on his chin and chuckled. "You're worried that he'll leak information, but he doesn't know that I'm in contact with you. So, in his eyes, exposing information can only threaten the Holy Covenant organization and is useless against me. If you think about it from another perspective, you'll know that this is actually good news for me." "You mean?" Oathkeeper's heart skipped a beat. "I've never had a chance to secretly take action against him. But now, you've helped me secure my prey and indirectly created a secret execution ground. Sorokin doesn't even know that the information he has is useful to me. All I need to do is put on a simple show, and the problem will be solved. This is the meaning of partners. In other words," Han Shao smiled faintly, and the mark of the underworld on the back of his hand flashed. "He's gone." Chapter 12:57. 2 days later, on the main ship of the Holy Covenant fleet, a gathering place. A group of primordial ones sat in a circle around Sorokin, playing cards while locking onto Sorokin with their auras to prevent him from doing anything. Sorokin was sandwiched in the middle. He moved a small stool to the side of the table and watched the others play cards. He even gave a few pointers from time to time, not treating himself as an outsider at all. At this time, the door opened and Oathkeeper walked in. The noisy atmosphere in the room became quiet. Everyone, including Sorokin, looked over. Oathkeeper looked around, locked his eyes on Sorokin, and said with a deep voice, "I've been thinking about it for 2 days. I've thought about it for the past 2 days, and I agree with you joining the Holy Accord." Sorokin was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Oathkeeper interrupted him and added, "However, you have to resolve the conflict between you and Sorokin first. But the prerequisite is to resolve the conflict between you and Black Star. I don't want you to bring any hidden dangers to the organization." Hearing this, Sorokin's expression turned serious. "What do you think?" "First, we have to test the risk," Oathkeeper said slowly, "which is to test the extent of Black Star's pursuit of you. Therefore, we have to fake your coordinates and use it as bait to see if Black Star will pursue you or not." "How we do it exactly?" Oathkeeper opened the star map and tapped on a transportation hub planet in the ancient star desert. "We will find a way to spread the information that you passed by Planet Deer recently and then monitor Black Star's reaction. If his people come to collect information, it means that he is indeed pursuing you. If Black Star uses virtual means to invade Planet Deer's node, our people will also discover it. To show our sincerity, you can share the surveillance situation." Sorokin thought about it and nodded in agreement. Although he did not think that Black Star would pursue him, he did not have any objections to fake his whereabouts as it would not threaten his safety. Instead, he appreciated Oathkeeper's cautiousness. He liked such steady people. From his perspective, he could have just retired and not done anything. However, the Holy Covenant would not agree to that. They were worried that Black Star would come looking for them like he did, so they wanted to take the initiative to solve the problem. He could not make the decision on behalf of the Holy Covenant. This was not up to him, so he could only cooperate with the Holy Covenant. "If Black Star really chases after him, what should we do?" Biger interrupted. "Then there are only 2 ways to solve this problem." Oathkeeper looked at Sorokin and made a troubled expression. "Either you kill Black Star, or you fake your death and fool Black Star." Biger agreed. That makes sense. Only when Black Star thinks he's dead will he give up the chase. After all, the dead are the safest. Anyway, Sorokin will fake his death. We just have to fool him. Sorokin felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement and could not help but nod. However, he thought about it and said with a troubled tone, "It's too risky. Since Black Star knows my identity, he'll definitely be wary of me faking my death. I'm worried that if he finds out, I'll really be sending myself to my death." Oathkeeper shook his head. "To be honest, this is more convincing. We have the Sanctum Revival. If you really die, we'll revive you. Not only will this solve the problem, but you'll also become one of us." Sorokin laughed dryly. "Forget about that. Plus, he still has a universal treasure like the space-time amber. I'm worried that he'll seal me." Although he said it nicely, how could he dare to trust the Holy Covenant? If he sent himself to his death and they did not revive him, would he not be fooled? Oathkeeper frowned and said unhappily, "This is the plan with the least risk and the highest success rate. At the end of the day, you keep saying that you want to join the Holy Covenant, but you actually don't treat us as one of us. I'm very sincere, but trust needs to be cultivated." Sorokin pretended to be troubled, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. "This plan has the least risk for you guys, and you basically don't have to pay anything. Whether I really die or not, the problem is solved. On the contrary, the plan to deal with Black Star was very risky for the Holy Covenant, but the risk for him was small, so he would definitely choose this." "Humph, so you're still forcing us to help you deal with Black Star, killing him with a borrowed knife." "Not far away," Purple Princess snorted coldly. Sorokin was speechless. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's test the results first." Oathkeeper pretended to be dissatisfied and glanced at Sorokin. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Not long after, through the secret operation of the Holy Covenant organization, the news of Sorokin passing by Planet Dare was spread on the black market. At the same time, the Holy Covenant organization arranged many people on Planet Dare to monitor it. Days passed, and the news gradually spread. Because they were not sure if Black Star had received the news, they could only wait and watch the surveillance screen all day long. Because this matter concerned him, Sorokin was the most attentive. He stared at the surveillance screen all the time to eliminate any possibility of fraud. After almost 10 days, the Holy Covenant organization finally received news that a fleet of the Black Star Core branch in the Ancient Star Desert had arrived on Planet Dare and was looking for information about Sorokin on the planet. The situation is very obvious. Black Star is indeed relentlessly pursuing you. You've brought danger to us. In a remote monitoring room, Oathkeeper glared at Sorokin and said with dissatisfaction. Sorokin did not answer. His face was extremely gloomy, and his heart kept sinking. The evidence was irrefutable, and he could not refute it. However, he did not expect Black Star to be so obsessed with him that he was actually secretly pursuing him. "So, not only does this guy want my money, but he even wants to kill me. He's a villain. Damn it, all I did was expose one of my identities. Is it worth pursuing him so relentlessly? Although I've schemed against you a few times in the past, I've already paid the price. However, Black Star, do you really want me to die? Are you so vengeful?" This time, Oathkeeper asked with a deep voice, "Are you really not willing to fake your death to deceive Black Star?" "No." Sorokin shook his head decisively. Oathkeeper's face was very ugly. He pretended to be irritated and paced back and forth as if he was hesitating. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision while pinching his nose. His face was filled with reluctance. He said with reluctance, "If that's the case, we can only work together to kill Black Star." As soon as he said that, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The other primordial ones present were all shocked and strongly objected. "We have no grudges with Black Star. Why should we provoke such a strong enemy for Sorokin? Won't our existence be exposed if we work together to deal with Black Star? This guy is threatening us. Don't fall for it." The agitated reaction of the crowd gave Sorokin a fright. He did not dare interrupt to express his opinion at all. "Stop arguing." Oathkeeper quarreled with the crowd for a while before raising his voice and standing his ground. "Only this time. There will be no next time." Then, He glared at Sorokin and said coldly, "You've gotten your hands on someone else. You've achieved your goal of killing with a borrowed knife. Are you satisfied now? Don't talk nonsense. It's not like I'm forcing you to deal with Black Star. This is your decision. I'd rather treat him like air and ignore him." Sorokin expressed that he did not want to take the blame, feeling rather helpless. He actually did not plan to threaten the Holy Covenant to deal with Black Star, because that would make him an enemy of everyone. However, the choice was not his. With his position, he could not change the other party's stubbornness at all. He could not convince the Holy Covenant to ignore Black Star. It was like a debtor taking refuge in someone else's house. Not only did he cause trouble for the other party, but he also had to convince the other party to be an ostrich and endure the debt collector's harassment. Even Sorokin felt that this was a little shameless. Oathkeeper snorted and slowly said, "In any case, you brought the trouble, so you have to solve it. Since Black Star is chasing after you, you'll be the bait and lure him into the trap." "Just me?" Sorokin asked. "Of course not. There will be 3 people accompanying you, both to prevent you from running away and to help you resist Black Star." Oathkeeper shook his head. "As for the rest of us, we'll ambush in the distance and wait for an opportunity to break into the battlefield." "Will that work?" It said that Black Star has the King's teleportation ability. "He's not afraid of being surrounded," Biger interjected again, displaying the professional qualities of a supporting actor. "Don't worry. Black Star will never expect that we have dozens of people. This is our biggest advantage. Sorokin only set up 4 people in the trap, and that's only our first layer of arrangement. However, in Black Star's eyes, that should be all the troops in the ambush. With Black Star's combat power, it's unlikely that he'll run away when facing 4 people. He'll definitely try to fight, so Sorokin and the other 3's mission is to hold back Black Star." Oathkeeper's tone was serious, as if he was telling the truth. "And then? Then, of course, we'll find a way to create an opportunity. The dozens of us will be accumulating our power behind the ambush. As long as Sorokin and the rest of you can hold Black Star down for a short period of time and prevent him from using the King, we'll charge in through Biger's teleportation ability and focus our attacks on Black Star. At the same time, all those who are good at mental attacks will work together and try to deal a heavy blow to Black Star's soul." Oathkeeper's tone was resolute and filled with strong confidence. Even he himself almost believed it. Sorokin analyzed the feasibility of the plan and felt that the success rate was much higher than if he did it alone. He believed that as long as Black Star did not use the space-time amber to block, there was an 80% chance that he would not be able to withstand a wave of attacks from dozens of beyond great as. Although Soul Flame was not in his hands, it would be the same if Oathkeeper used it. Furthermore, in the Holy Covenant organization, there were more than just the 2 of them who were good at mental attacks. Sorokin felt even more confident. This plan should work. The success rate is estimated to be above 70%. Now, the Galactic Society has almost deified Black Star, but no matter how strong he is, there's definitely a limit. Sorokin heaved a sigh of relief and expressed his support. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Oathkeeper was well versed in the art of fishing. His eyes flashed, and he spoke in a low voice with a warning tone. "Don't be happy too early. You'd better pray that this operation will succeed. Otherwise, if Black Star escapes, he'll definitely leak the information. By then, the information in your hands will be useless, and I'll blame it on you. You can guess how we'll deal with you. So for your own sake, you'd better give it your all in this operation." Hearing this, Sorokin's expression became serious, and he nodded calmly. Half a month later, in a desolate universe belt in the ancient star desert, the galaxy was like black velvet dotted with diamonds. A small spaceship hovered in deep space. There were only 4 people in the spaceship: Sorokin, Biger, and 2 other beyond great as. "TSK, I didn't expect that there would be a day when we'd have to work together with you against an enemy. How unlucky." Biger stood with his arms crossed and glanced at Sorokin beside him. "TSK, do you think I'm willing to see your face?" Sorokin snorted coldly. He could not be bothered to argue, so he changed the topic and asked, "It's been so long. Will Black Star really come?" "Who knows? Anyway, We've already sent out the coordinates. Let's see if his love for you is deep enough, Biger joked. Sorokin was about to retort when an uninvited guest suddenly entered his perception range. His expression changed instantly. Someone's coming. The other three also sensed it. They fell silent at the same time and looked out of the porthole in the corresponding direction. After a while, a meteor rapidly approached. It seemed to have noticed Sorokin and the others, so it stopped not far away and revealed a familiar figure. It's Black Star. He's really here. Sorokin's expression darkened. He flew out of the cabin and faced Han Xiao from afar, while Biger and the others followed beside him. Han Xiao glanced at the few of them and laughed in the public channel. Yo, so you deliberately leaked the coordinates to lure me into a trap. This means that the information about your whereabouts previously was fake. Hee hee, although I don't know where you found these helpers to dare attack me with just 4 people. Sorokin, oh Sorokin, aren't you underestimating me too much? Black Star, I didn't expect you to chase after me so relentlessly. You don't want to give me a chance to live. Since that's the case, don't blame me. You forced me to do this. This was what angered Sorokin the most. In his opinion, he was clearly the one at a disadvantage, but Black Star was still chasing after him. This was too much. Sorry, I'm a vengeful person. It's not the first time you've schemed against me. If I let you escape, there will be a lot of trouble in the future, so it's better to stay in my space-time amber. It's safe and practical. As Han Xiao spoke in the public channel, he glanced at Biger and the others with a smile in his eyes. There were 5 people present, but there were 3 group chats. One was the public channel, and the second was Sorokin, Biger, and the others' temporary combat group chat. The third was Han Zhao's group chat with Biger and the others, as well as all the Holy Covenant members lying in ambush. Only Sorokin was in the dark. Attack! Sorokin did not want to waste any more time with Han Xiao, so he directly attacked Han Xiao and called for Biger and the others to attack together. Seeing how impatient Sorokin was, everyone in the production team laughed like pigs. He's anxious, he's anxious. Ha! Why do I suddenly feel that he's so pitiful? So pitiful, I almost can't bear to watch. I'd better take a few more looks. I'm afraid I won't be able to see him again. Everyone was talking and laughing at the same time. The production team was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Stop fooling around. We're acting. Be more serious. Han Xiao jokingly scolded. He then summoned the Mech Legion and faced Sorokin's attack. Biger and the others hurriedly joined the battle. They held back their laughter and started to act, cooperating with Sorokin. The battle was in full swing, and each one looked more real than the other. The battle erupted immediately. The 5 of them moved around in the field, and torrents of energy left twisted and scorching marks in the universe. There was only a split second of opportunity to betray them. If they could not kill Sorokin quickly, this guy would still have time to leak information. Therefore, it was not time to lay all their cards on the table yet. Holy Covenant was still acting as Sorokin. Sorokin thought that victory was in his hands, so he focused all his attention on the battle with Han Xiao. However, he did not know that the teammates he had high hopes for were all actors ready to stab him in the back at any time. Chapter 1258. The Mech Legion circled around like a flock of crows, unleashing torrents of energy that wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Han Xiao himself had changed into the combat equipment of the Black King sequence, advancing and retreating as he fought with the 4 of them. At this time, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle. It looked extremely intense, but in reality, Sorokin was the only one who was fighting for real. The other 3 teammates only used 60 to 70% of their strength, while Han Xiao was silently stacking his status. Biger could clearly feel that the attack power of Han Zhao's Mech Legion had decreased by a few levels compared to the last time. It was not as oppressive as before, and he immediately understood that Han Xiao was holding back. Han Zhao's strength had skyrocketed recently. In order to give Sorokin hope, he deliberately lowered the output of the Mech Legion, only slightly higher than the last time he fought in front of the public, creating a stalemate situation. He was not afraid of Sorokin noticing. The two of them had never fought before, and Sorokin's judgment of his strength was all based on the information on the internet. Since he had never personally experienced it, he naturally had no way of knowing what his true strength was. As long as his performance was similar to the public information, the other party would think that it was normal. However, Sorokin's strength was not bad. His mental esper ability was very troublesome, and he had all kinds of negative statuses. Han Xiao did not activate Kundi's Rage and 10,000 Soul Stream for the time being, so it was still quite stressful for him to deal with them. From Sorokin's performance, Han Xiao estimated that this guy's energy rank was at least 90,000 and above. He had undoubtedly stepped into the top echelon of the universe. Unfortunately, this guy is a brittle. Han Xiao curled his lips. No matter how good a brittle could fight, there was still a limit. Only a tank would have a limitless future. Sorokin's physical strength was weaker at the same level, but Sorokin's destructive abilities could not kill him. With the buffs from Immortal Soul, Soul Energy Foundation, and other talents, his soul was the foundation of his life, and he could survive without his physical body. Furthermore, Sorokin had the body reconstruction ability, so he did not need to take over someone's body like a psychic. He could use his soul energy to create a new body for himself at any time. To him, the physical body was just a replaceable barrier for his soul, the place where his soul was. Through the introduction of Immortal Soul on the interface, Han Xiao knew that Sorokin's soul form was immune to physical attacks and had extremely high resistance. He was very difficult to deal and destroying his physical body. Sorokin's soul form would only allow him to enter the second stage. The trump card he had prepared was the Mark of the Underworld. When the Underworld was at its peak, it had a special suppressive effect on all souls. It was the nemesis of all souls. Han Zhao's goal was to find an opportunity to destroy Sorokin's body and force him to appear in his soul form. He would then directly drag his soul into the underworld and let the professional team send him away happily. On the other side, Sorokin was also quickly calculating in his mind. Black Star's strength is similar to what I expected. He is indeed very powerful, but not as exaggerated as the rumors say. With his strength, the success rate of this ambush is higher than what I expected. Sorokin's mind was refreshed, and his thoughts became active. It was very disadvantageous for him to be passive all this time. Although he had the Holy Covenant's weakness, his personal safety was under the control of others. Only when he was free from the control of the Holy Covenant could the chips in his hands be more effective. Otherwise, he would only be able to protect himself. It was true that the Holy Covenant did not want to be exposed, but even if they were, the Holy Covenant would only get into trouble, and he would most likely be dead. The price was not equal, and there was not much room for negotiation. He felt that the moment the ambush succeeded, there might be an opportunity to escape. However, as a psychic esper, his mobility was very poor, and the chances of him escaping were too low. Let's follow the plan and find an opportunity to control Black Star. Then, we'll act according to the situation. Sorokin calmed himself down, pressed his forehead, and sent hundreds of psychic energy piercing toward Han Xiao. The five of them fought fiercely, silently waiting for an opportunity. After exchanging blows for quite some time, Han Xiao's movements suddenly froze, as if he had suffered too many psychic attacks, and was finally in an abnormal state. Do it! Before Sorokin could say anything, Biger suddenly roared in the combat group chat and took over the heavy responsibility of setting the pace. Intense magic waves burst out from his body, and control spells that were already fully charged were cast one after another, stacking on Han Zhao's body. The other two beyond grade, as did not say anything and immediately followed, throwing out the control spells that they had been charging up for a long time. Energy of various colors and forms wrapped tightly around Han Xiao, as if fixing him in midair, unable to move. Seeing the opportunity, Sorokin had no choice but to cooperate. His eyes widened, and almost materialized psychic attacks shot out like a series of misty light waves, piercing through Han Zhao's body and triggering all kinds of negative statuses in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Baiger raised his hand, and teleportation gates appeared on the battlefield. The dozens of beyond grade as who had been lying in ambush for a long time all charged out, holding the trump cards that they had been charging up for a long time in their hands, about to release them toward Han Xiao. However, at this moment, Han Xiao's body trembled, and he used some unknown ability to break free from the control spells cast by Baiger and the other two. In reality, he did not do anything. It was Baiger and the other two who secretly deactivated their abilities. As for Sorokin's abilities, he had activated Kundi's Rage in advance and was immune to a lot of negative statuses, so he was not affected at all. Even Han Zhao's flaw was purposely exposed, and Baiger cooperated according to the instructions of the director team to make Sorokin think that the opportunity had come. In fact, it was the signal for Han Xiao and the others to make their move. The sudden change happened in a flash. Before Sorokin could react, Han Xiao immediately used Void Hyperdrive as soon as he was free, teleporting in front of Sorokin and pressing Sorokin into his broad chest. Sorokin was shocked. It was as if he saw a blood-red danger appear above his head. Before he could finish, dozens of Beyond Grade as focused their fire on the two of them. On the other side, the Mech Legion also turned around and fired at the two of them. This time, they did not control the power and went all out. Han Xiao activated all his explosive abilities and then used Virtual Soul to suppress Sorokin. The two of them were rooted to the ground and could only watch as countless attacks approached. The next second, their figures were drowned in light. Boom! The opposing torrents of energy turned into a rapidly expanding mass of energy, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost snatched away everyone's perception, leaving only a dazzling expanse of white in front of everyone's eyes. The light cluster expanded to its limit and suddenly exploded. The energy shockwave spread out with the explosion as the center, blowing everything around away. The light quickly dissipated, and Han Xiao was the only one left on the battlefield. He dragged his broken body, and large amounts of blood spurted out from his wounds. He looked like a water bag that had dozens of holes. Clearly, he was severely injured. The attacks of dozens of Beyond Grade, and the Mech Legion was the most terrifying damage Han Xiao had ever suffered. The fact that he could survive was already because of the bonuses of perfect energy affinity physique and proof of leadership. Furthermore, Han Xiao had specially worn a set of Black King sequence defensive equipment. Although it was destroyed, it had resisted a large amount of damage. Otherwise, he felt that he would have to give up a revival token here. On the other hand, Sorokin's body had been completely destroyed by the terrifying explosion. Not even a speck of dust was left. In such a situation, if it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, to Sorokin, it was just entering the second stage. Streams of light suddenly lit up in front of Han Xiao, forming a glowing green energy body that turned into Sorokin's appearance. At the same time, a mental message was sent into Han Zhao's mind. The attack worked. Looks like your indestructible body isn't really indestructible. Sorokin secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not rely on his physical body to survive. When his soul body was separated from his physical body, there was a moment of invincibility. Otherwise, that wave of attacks would have heavily injured him as well. Furthermore, his soul body was still at full strength. One more wave, and Blackstar would definitely die. Sorokin did not say anything. In a short instant, he sent out a series of mental attacks on Han Xiao, trying to prevent Han Xiao from changing into the king and escaping. His soul body was not physically controlled. He immediately retreated, passing through Han Zhao's arm, wanting to quickly increase the distance between them. At the same time, he spoke in the combat channel, telling everyone to seize the opportunity to launch the second round of attacks. However, just as Sorokin was about to retreat, Han Xiao raised his hand and inserted it into his soul body. The mark of the underworld on the back of his hand suddenly lit up, erupting with a shocking suction force. What's this? Sorokin was shocked. He felt as if this mark had turned into a whirlpool, and his soul body suddenly became uncontrollable. Before he could do anything, an irresistible force pulled him in. Caught this kid. Han Xiao spat out a mouthful of hot blood and grinned. These changes seemed to have happened a long time ago, but in reality, they had happened in an extremely short period of time. If not for the Holy Covenant members deliberately going easy on him, he would not have been able to kill him so easily. However, he had only succeeded halfway, and the problem was not completely solved. Follow me. Han Xiao put on the king and threw out a few backup items to Oathkeeper and the other beyond grade, as who were good at mental strength. The mechanical suits were automatically equipped. The next moment, Han Xiao shot out a few streams of mechanical force from his palm, activating the king mechanical suit on everyone. With a flash of light, the few of them disappeared without a trace. Plop! Sorokin felt the world spin, and he fell onto a pitch-black rock ground. This time, the unknown force pulling his soul body disappeared. Sorokin immediately flew up and looked around vigilantly. He did not know where Black Star had sent him. His gaze quickly swept across the bustling land, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Suddenly, Sorokin thought of something. His soul body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Could this be the underworld? As a primordial one during the exploration era, he had also heard of the two sisters and was not unfamiliar with the existence of the underworld. Sorokin's heart was filled with disbelief. Aren't the two sisters already dead? Why does the underworld still exist? Why did Blackstar send me to this place? Just as he was shocked, Onisilu's figure appeared before him out of thin air, revealing a subtle smile that made Sorokin feel uneasy. *T. Sorokin did not have time to think. He hurriedly retreated and charged into the sky, wanting to rush out of the underworld. If it was another secondary dimension, he would not be so afraid. However, all the primordial ones knew that all life forms that existed independently in the form of souls were strongly countered by the underworld. The underworld was the nemesis of all souls. It was a forbidden land that all soul life forms feared. Onisila floated on the spot and did not chase after him. She only reached out her hand and clenched it tightly toward Sorokin's figure. The underworld started to move according to her will. A strange force suddenly descended, and as if it was extremely heavy, all the heroic spirits in the underworld were pressed to the ground. Underworld, soul suppressor. The underworld had now recovered to its peak state. Onisilu was a professional when it came to dealing with souls. Even though Sorokin's soul was extremely special and had the strength of a beyond grade A, under this special suppression, his flying speed instantly dropped by 90%. Onisilu's smile did not change, and she tugged at the air. Underworld, soul suppressor. Dense underworld power seeped out of the dark ground, turning into countless tentacles that shot into the sky, entangling Sorokin and trying to pull him down. Souls could pass through all kinds of substances, but they could not pass through the underworld power. Instead, they would be stuck. Sorokin tried his best to break free from the tentacles, but he could only remain in midair. At this time, a red tornado rose into the sky, revealing Hela's figure. She had been waiting for a long time. It's you. Sorokin was shocked. His soul was not immune to mental damage, and Hela happened to counter him. Get down. Hela's eyes sparkled. She waved her hand, and death energy shot out. Like a violent current, it washed away Sorokin's soul. Sorokin fell onto the pitch-black ground. Onisilu curled her finger, and chains made from the power of the underworld extended out of the ground. They pierced through Sorokin's soul and wrapped around him, locking him to the ground. Just as Sorokin gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the chains, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Han Xiao, Oathkeeper, and the others, who had been teleported over by the king. They all took off their mechanical suits. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled. Looks like you and my friends are having a lot of fun. Sorokin saw Oathkeeper and Han Xiao appear together, and he was stunned. At this moment, he understood everything. So you guys are on the same side? Sorokin was shocked and furious. Without saying anything, he immediately tried to contact his manifestation, wanting to expose all the information immediately. However, the next second, he was stunned again. His connection with his manifestation was completely cut off. Why do you think I spent so much effort to get you in here? Here, unless the consciousness of the underworld allows it, no one can send soul signals to the outside world. Oathkeeper doesn't have absolute confidence in blocking your ability, but the underworld can. Han Shao lightly stomped on the black rock under his feet. After all, the original function of the underworld was to be a cage. Chapter 1259. I didn't expect the trump card you were talking about to be the underworld. I thought it had died with the sisters. Oathkeeper looked around and said in surprise. When the production team was discussing the plan, Han Shao said that he had a trump card that could isolate Sorokin's ability, and that he only needed to create an opportunity for him. He did not explain what the trump card was. Because both sides had the same interests, and Black Star had always been trustworthy, Oathkeeper expressed his trust in him. Only now did the members of the Holy Covenant realize that Han Zhao's so-called trump card was the underworld that they were familiar with. Did the sisters revive as well? Biger was surprised. No, the underworld has a new master now. Han Shao shook his head and let Hela land beside him. He patted her on the shoulder and did not explain the information about the sisters' inherited Esper abilities in detail. At this time, the 7 hero spirit kings suddenly appeared around Sorokin and looked at the members of the Holy Covenant in shock with disbelief. You guys are still alive? Oh, you guys too. The few Holy Accord members and the 7 hero spirit kings stared at each other. Looking at this scene, Han Shao suddenly thought of the scene of fellow countrymen meeting fellow countrymen, tears welling up in their eyes. Both sides were primordial ones, and they had chosen different paths of revival. Now that they had achieved their goals, seeing each other countless years later in a modern world, they had mixed feelings. Most of them were surprised to see an acquaintance. However, in comparison, the 7 hero spirit kings were more or less upset. They originally thought that the Holy Covenant was unreliable, and that the path they chose was the correct one. They did not expect the Holy Covenant to succeed. If only they had joined the Holy Covenant back then. Looking at this scene, Sorokin was dumbfounded. The existence of the Holy Covenant was already unbelievable enough. He did not expect that the underworld still existed. A large number of primordial ones had survived to the modern world, and he was not the only one. Sorokin suddenly felt that his complacency over the years was a joke. At this moment, Han Shao squatted down and looked straight into Sorokin's eyes. I've always liked to give others a chance to choose. Right now, you have 2 choices in front of you. One is to be destroyed by us, and your soul will become Hela's nourishment. The other is to become an underworld hero spirit and be controlled by the underworld. Which one do you choose? In any case, Sorokin was a top-notch combatant. The external enemies of the explored universe had yet to be dealt with, so naturally, Han Shao was reluctant to turn him into ashes. In fact, if Sorokin hadn't discovered the secret of the Holy Covenant, Han Shao wouldn't have taken the initiative to kill him. He was just disgusted that Sorokin had schemed against him in the past. He felt that this guy was too good at hiding, so he didn't treat him as an opponent that he had to kill. Now that Suo Zai had completely fallen into his hands, Han Shao almost wanted to say the classic villain speech. Scream all you want, but no one will come and save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. Sorokin looked around at everyone with a gloomy expression and said in surprise, "What's the matter? What exactly are you guys planning?" Black Star was actually connected to both the Holy Covenant and the underworld. It was simply unfathomable. He felt that Han Shao was definitely secretly planning something big. He vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Are these people trying to overturn the universe? Also, since Black Star is with this group of people, could he also be one of the primordial ones? After coming into contact with this series of secrets, and thinking of Black Star's performance all this while, Sorokin could not help but fantasize in this direction. Do you think I'll tell you now? Han Shao chuckled. Telling the enemy the whole plan when the operation is about to succeed is a big taboo for villains. I won't fall for it. At this time, the 7 hero spirit kings had already learned of Sorokin's true identity from Oathkeeper. The leader of the hero spirit kings, Riga, walked over, patted Sorokin's shoulder, and comforted him. Don't hesitate. When you join the underworld, you'll know that being a hero spirit is very happy. Riga, I didn't expect you to be tamed too, Sorokin mocked coldly. They were all acquaintances from the same era, so he naturally knew the 7 hero spirits of the underworld. Riga was not angry. He smiled and said, "Don't make it sound so bad. As long as the underworld isn't destroyed, the hero spirits will never die. You've been struggling at death's door in the main universe for so long, so I'm sure you don't want to die. Isn't it good to be happy with us? You don't have to worry about being killed. How free and easy is that?" The other hero spirit kings also tried to persuade him passionately. For some reason, they felt like they were trying to promote their company's advantages during recruitment. It was not that they cared about Soul Emperor's life or death. In a situation where they could not go out, life in the underworld was relatively monotonous. The 7 hero spirits knew each other very well, so there was no novelty. Now that they had finally caught a newcomer, they did not want to let him go. Hearing this, even the Holy Covenant members nodded in agreement. Their experience in the exploration era had already proven that as long as there was no problem with the underworld, the hero spirits could do whatever they wanted. To be honest, they were also very envious. Because Oathkeeper had concealed part of the information about the Sanctum Revival for some reason, the Holy Covenant members all thought that the Sanctum Revival was a one-time thing. Seeing the underworld, a few of them became excited. They originally thought that they only had one chance to be reborn. With the underworld, did that not mean that they could live forever? Although they had to become someone else's subordinates, as long as they could live, what was wrong with being a dog? Black Star has a close relationship with the underworld. We have to build a good relationship with him. Biger mumbled softly and said what everyone was thinking. Han Zhao's ears twitched, and he laughed in his heart. He had brought everyone to the underworld with this intention. Taking advantage of the fact that the Holy Covenant members did not know the truth about the Sanctum Revival, he could use the existence of the underworld to improve his position in the hearts of the primordial ones, making it easier for him to do things in the future. Even those Holy Covenant members who had other goals could not ignore his existence in order to leave a way out. He could influence this group of people and prevent them from doing anything too extreme to a certain extent. How cunning! I like it so much. The corners of Han Zhao's mouth curled up. Seeing that Sorokin was wavering, he could not help but say, "You like to be a coward so much. Now, you're just changing places, and you won't have to worry about your life anymore. What's there to hesitate about?" Sorokin was silent for a while before sighing. With a depressed and helpless expression, he said in a low voice, "I admit defeat. I'm willing to join the underworld." He had always believed that a good death was better than a bad life, so he could only bid farewell to freedom and choose to live an ignoble life with resentment and unwillingness. Han Shao looked at Onisilu as expected. Onisilu raised her hand and grabbed. Balls of underworld power seeped out from the ground and floated beside Sorokin. She smiled and said, "Release your defenses and accept the transformation. It might hurt a little, but don't resist." Whoosh! Without waiting for Sorokin's reply, the underworld power rushed into his soul. Under everyone's gaze, the color of Sorokin's soul was tainted by the underworld power and gradually transformed into a hero spirit. Sorokin felt as if his soul was being stabbed by hot iron, becoming extremely hot from the inside out, as if he would burn into ashes at any time. Seeing this, the 7 hero spirit kings were overjoyed. They were just short of beating drums and gongs to welcome another unlucky person to join their ranks. After a long time, the hero spirit transformation process finally ended. The chains formed by the underworld power disappeared, and Sorokin was free. He slowly stood up and looked down at his soul that had been transformed into an underworld hero spirit. He felt the connection between the underworld and himself. His expression was very complicated, and he had mixed feelings. He did not expect fate to be so amazing. After so many years, he finally became an underworld hero spirit that he had once looked down on. At this moment, the 7 hero spirit kings surrounded him and smiled warmly. You're the 8th hero spirit king from now on. The underworld welcomes you. Hee. Sorokin could not smile at all. His mouth twitched. Onisilu suddenly exclaimed and turned to look at Han Xiao. He's different from the other hero spirit kings. Although he's been transformed, he still has his original combat strength. Han Xiao thought to himself that he was right. He asked, he's a little special. Can you suppress him? That's not a problem. He's been transformed into a hero spirit and has established a connection with the underworld. He's under my control. Onisilu nodded. That's good. Han Xiao nodded lightly. Normal hero spirits did not have any combat strength. Only with the support of life energy could they temporarily obtain a shell and recover their combat strength. However, Sorokin had immortal soul and soul energy cornerstone. Even in his hero spirit state, he still had the combat strength of a beyond grade A. This was what made him different from ordinary people. However, the underworld had been perfected by the 2 sisters and was already close to a space wonder-level treasure. Its operation mechanism was perfect, and it would not have a problem suppressing Sorokin at its peak. Seeing Sorokin's unwilling face, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be sad. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Maybe one day, you'll feel that joining the underworld is a blessing." I don't think that day will ever come. Sorokin was filled with resentment. Hee. As long as you don't think so. Han Xiao did not think much of it and shook his head with a smile. As his strength, status, and connections continued to increase, the enemies that he had found difficult to deal with in the past were not that difficult to deal with anymore. Another hidden danger had been dealt with, so he was quite satisfied. Sorokin's value was not just in his combat strength. The large amount of resources and intelligence this guy had was also a huge piece of cake. Thinking of this, Han Xiao turned around and said to Hela, "Talk to Sorokin and ask him to tell us what he knows." Hela nodded and brought Sorokin to the side for interrogation. As the current master of the underworld, she was the most suitable person to do this job. Seeing that Sorokin's problem had been solved, the members of the Holy Covenant present all heaved a sigh of relief. They turned around and chatted with the 7 hero spirit kings. Han Xiao and Oathkeeper walked to the side and talked about another problem. How's the search for the key to the 3rd sanctum coming along? We're still working hard. With the experience from last time and the channels you provided, it should be much faster this time, Oathkeeper replied. As soon as possible. I have a feeling that the days of peace won't last long, Han Xiao whispered. He still had missions related to the sanctums that he had not completed. Even without the missions, the sanctums were still the way out for beyond grade as. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look. Oathkeeper nodded. Suddenly, he changed the topic and asked, although I'm not in the beyond grade A association, Sorokin's sudden disappearance should have quite a big impact, right? Han Xiao glanced at him and said with a deep voice, "That's right. God disappeared a few years ago, and now Sorokin is gone." It's easy to make the connection. However, the difference is that no one will stand up for Sorokin, so the impact won't be too big. It's mainly the association's internal suspicions and investigations. It won't affect you, right? If it's handled properly, it won't be a big problem. Recently, the dynasty has been secretly investigating Sorokin. We can find a way to push God's crime onto Sorokin, then fake his disappearance and say that he escaped to avoid punishment. This will create a motive for him and complete a closed loop. As for the future, we won't have to worry about others discovering that Sorokin is here with me. His Esper ability can change the frequency of his soul, so plastic surgery can solve most of the problems. Han Xiao had a plan for this situation. Sorokin's fate was now tied to the underworld. Although he did not have freedom, it was not without benefits. Han Xiao knew Sorokin's personality. This guy's biggest characteristic was that he was tactful and would not do anything that would put him in a life and death struggle, so there was no need to worry about him not cooperating. Oathkeeper expressed his support. It's good that you have a plan. You're better at this kind of insidious means. Don't copy me. Han Shao glared at him. The two of them did not chat for long. The other Holy Covenant members were still waiting for news in the main universe. Han Shao sent Oathkeeper back with another king's suit and reported the situation here to reassure the others. After sending the outsiders away, Han Shao turned around and went to the interrogation room where Hela and Sorokin were being held. The two of them sat opposite each other, asking questions and answering questions. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Although Sorokin was unwilling, what was done. He had no choice but to lower his head under someone else's roof, so he was quite cooperative. Han Shao walked to Hela and asked, "How's the situation?" Hela looked up at him and had a rare, playful expression on her face. "You came at the right time. You seem to have said something serious just now." Chapter 1260. A few minutes later. "So, you're the one behind the tragedy of the Pinnacles?" After listening to Hela's report on the interrogation results, Han Shao could not help but size up Sorokin in surprise. His eyes were filled with a "so you're good at stirring up sh*T2 look." "I've changed many identities, and I've been trying to reduce the number of beyond grade as in the universe. But as you can see, the Holy Covenant and the Underworld found a way to revive. This path won't work." Sorokin looked like he had nothing left to live for. After entering the Underworld, he was like a grasshopper on a string. There were no more secrets that he could not reveal. Furthermore, Hela could control him at any time. Reducing the number of beyond grade, as was his idea in the past, but the appearance of the Holy Covenant and the Underworld gave the dead beyond grade as a chance to revive. He knew that this plan would not succeed, so he was forced to change his mind. Sorokin revealed the other identities he had used in the past and told Han Shao about how he had secretly promoted the tragedy of the Pinnacles. He was a smart person. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew that this kind of past could become a time bomb. So he took the initiative to tell Han Shao about it. If he hid it, although he would have a chance to screw Han Shao over, they were bound together for good or ill. If the Underworld was damaged, he would be implicated too. As the old saying went, since he could not resist, he might as well enjoy it. The Underworld hero spirits at least had a near-endless lifespan. Although it was not what he really wanted, it was not bad either. He had no choice but to protect this remaining benefit. After hearing Sorokin's various identities, Han Shao was shocked. "So, these identities are all yours. You really want to see the world burn?" Originally, he was still thinking about how to blame Sorokin for God's death. Now, it was much easier. Sorokin had so many identities and had a record of guiding the tragedy of the Pinnacles. He had a motive now. As for clues and evidence, with the main character, Sorokin here, there was no need to worry about not being able to get them. He was not afraid that Sorokin would not cooperate. Han Shao temporarily suppressed this thought and changed the topic. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Tell me the resources in your hands, such as secret stashes, internal intelligence of the Limitless Financial Group, or trade secrets. If you are honest, I will be lenient. If you're not, I will be strict. If you cooperate, I can leave some for you." Sorokin knew that Han Shao was interested in his wealth and wanted to squeeze all the benefits out of him. He was unwilling, but Hela was forcing him to tell the truth, so he had no choice but to reveal everything about his family. Han Shao noted them down and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Not bad. You've accumulated quite a few good things. Apart from technology, blueprints, and knowledge, you've actually secretly collected 8 universal treasures. If not for Jay's treasure, the number of universal treasures in stock would be about the same. Being rich was indeed amazing. As for the Limitless Financial Group, this was a huge cake. Although Han Shao wanted to take it all for himself, he had to restrain his appetite. Otherwise, it would arouse even greater suspicion. Sorokin's absconding with the money would definitely cause the Limitless Financial Group to suffer heavy losses and be eaten up by a large number of organizations. Han Shao did not plan to enter the scene in advance. He was prepared to let the Germinal Financial Group and the other organizations take action together after the matter was exposed. It was enough to ensure that they would get a share of the cake. However, the escape route that Sorokin secretly left behind when he transferred the Limitless Financial Group's funds would benefit him, and he could basically eat it all. After Sorokin finished explaining, Han Xiao also put away the records with satisfaction and grinned. Okay, I've said what needs to be said. You stay here and get used to it first. Hella, take care of this guy. I'll go back first. Hella nodded expressionlessly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. She emphasized the word take care. Han Xiao immediately thought of Hella's battle maniac attributes and could not help but mourn for Sorokin. He did not have the time to spar with Hella, and Sorokin, as the only hero spirit with beyond grade A strength in the underworld, was obviously the most suitable tool. Since he could not be beaten to death, he would just beat him to death. Han Xiao glanced at Sorokin strangely, shook his head, and teleported away with the king. Seeing this, Sorokin sighed in his heart. He felt that life was like a dream, and he could only adapt to his new life. This time, the 7 hero spirit kings came over with smiles. Old 8, let's chat. Tell us what happened in the universe in the past few years. We're very curious. Sorokin's face darkened. Who's your old 8? Don't bother me, Scram. Days passed. Not long after Sorokin went missing, the Galactic Society finally discovered that the leader of the Limitless Financial Group had not appeared for some time. Although Sorokin's level was too high and very few people could see him, he was still the leader of a first-rate financial group in the universe, so there was a lot of attention on him. Without the leader's orders, there was a certain amount of chaos within the Limitless Financial Group, and this situation could not be hidden from the rest of the employees. Just as the Galactic Society was in shock, the Red Empire suddenly issued a wanted poster, and the target was Sorokin. In the wanted poster, the dynasty claimed that there had been a breakthrough in the investigation, exposing Sorokin's true identity and many aliases. They listed many of his crimes, including leading the tragedy of the Pinnacles, and even claimed that Sorokin was closely related to God's disappearance. They believed that Sorokin had escaped from punishment, so they were hunting him down. Ever since Han Xiao revealed Sorokin's background to the dynasty's upper echelons, the dynasty had been secretly investigating Sorokin's various experiences for the past 2 years. Using this opportunity, Han Xiao left behind some of the relevant evidence that Sorokin had revealed. He did not appear personally, but secretly guided the dynasty to discover these clues during the investigation, exposing Sorokin's actions. As soon as the news was released, the entire Galactic Society was shocked. Countless galactic residents and organizations were shocked by this news. All along, Sorokin's image in the eyes of the world was a business tycoon, a universal tycoon, and a beyond grade A who did not like to fight. His business talents were more important than his identity as a beyond grade A. No one would have thought that Sorokin had such a huge secret. A renowned tycoon in the universe was actually the mastermind behind so many cases. All of a sudden, the popularity of Sorokin broke through the roof. His experiences were too legendary, and almost everyone could not help but imagine it. Conspiracy theories became the most popular theory. The Galactic Society was delighted to talk about Sorokin's deeds. As the public opinion continued to spread, the theories gradually became entertainment, and more people started to mock Sorokin. In the words of the galactic residents, Sorokin seemed to have become the biggest schemer so far. Everything was related to him, and even the old so next door suddenly giving birth to 7 babies was part of his big plan. A new meme was born on the Galactic Network. No matter what the matter was, at the end of the discussion, it would all end with all of this is Sorokin's scheme. And while the public was celebrating, the Limitless Financial Group was in a gloomy state. The head of the financial group ran away with the money, and the dynasty's suppression followed closely. The negative impact caused the financial group to be distrusted, and a large number of creditors came to collect their debts. The stock price suffered a heavy blow, and the various partners and galactic banks no longer lent money. The capital chain gradually showed signs of breaking. Sensing the Limitless Financial Group's predicament, various jackals and tigers bared their fangs and began to take action, nibbling away at the huge business empire of the Limitless Financial Group. A large number of organizations attended the feast, and a large number of talents left the limitless financial group. Countless businesses were swallowed up, and the scale of the limitless financial group shrank crazily. Sorokin's years of hard work collapsed like a chain of dominoes. Under the instructions of Han Xiao, the Germinal Financial Group also participated and took a share of the pie as a shareholder. Wheat, Ku Kezi, and the other shareholders did not want to be left out and tacitly share the remains of the limitless financial group. On the other hand, Sorokin was a member of the Beyond Grade A Association after all. Because of this, the association had no choice but to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with it. In the Beyond Grade A Association headquarters on Planet Finn, a meeting was being held in the Round Table Conference Room. It's hard to imagine that Sorokin, who has always appeared weak, was hiding such a huge secret. He's a primordial one who has survived until now. Who knows how strong he is? It's been so long, yet we didn't notice. Kasui's tone was filled with surprise. He's indeed hidden very well. I always thought that he was really weak and even mocked him. He's probably laughing in his heart. Sun Hunter scratched his head. Actually, I'm a little suspicious. Would Sorokin really do this? Could it be someone else trying to frame him? After all, some people have done it before. A neutral Beyond Grade, it could not help but glance at the dynasty's direct members. The hidden meaning was self-evident. We have absolute evidence, Claudia replied calmly, not getting angry. Everyone discussed for a while. Suddenly, Han Xiao coughed, indicating that he had something to say. Everyone immediately quieted down. Seeing this, Han Xiao smacked his lips and slowly said, Sorokin's plot has been proven. Sorokin's scheme has been proven. He once triggered the tragedy of the pinnacles and attacked God. Maybe he wants to do the same thing again. No matter what, as an upper echelon of the association, he's not on the same side as us. Instead, he wants to split the Beyond Grade A group. He has broken the rules of the association and caused a very negative impact. I suggest we cancel his membership as a punishment. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a while, people raised their hands one after another. Seconded. The Beyond Grade as expressed their opinions one by one. The majority agreed, and very soon, only Manison remained. Old man, what do you say? Han Xiao raised his brows. Manison glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I also agree. From today onwards, Sorokin's membership will be revoked. He's no longer a member of the Beyond Grade A Development Union. On the mother planet of the Red Empire, in the ruler's office, is that so? The Beyond Grade A Association has revoked Sorokin's membership. At least they know what's good for them. After reading the report, Bruce nodded slightly. His expression was rather calm, as if he had expected this. Opposite him was Beccarodi. They were the only two in the room. Beccarodi wanted to say something, but stopped. He said in a low voice, Do you really believe that God was attacked by Sorokin? I don't believe it, Bruce answered without hesitation. Then why did you? Bruce knocked on the table and slowly said, The evidence came too easily. Let me ask you, if you were Sorokin, would you have left so many flaws in the intelligence? This evidence is very strange. Although it's confirmed that it's not fake and is real, someone secretly guided us to get it. Maybe it's to confuse us, trying to use a real lie to hide the real murderer. But Sorokin is indeed missing. According to your opinion, the guy who made Sorokin disappear might be the same person who attacked God? That's very possible. Bruce pondered. Don't you think all of this is too much of a coincidence? It's like there's an invisible hand controlling the whole situation. Do you think it's really Blackstar who did it? I don't dare to judge easily. Beccarodi hesitated. Logically speaking, God is only trying to copy the evolution energy. Blackstar shouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. He has no reason to do that. Maybe there's something behind this that we don't know. Bruce did not comment. His eyes flickered. I have a feeling that there might be a powerful force hidden in a universe that we haven't discovered. What do you mean? That's a secret. Bruce shook his head and smiled. He did not answer. He silently recalled a certain piece of top-secret information that he had only found after becoming the ruler. As a primordial being, sole emperor had survived until now. Is he really the only one? Chapter 1261. Sorokin's disappearance and the collapse of the Limitless Financial Group had a certain impact on the economy of the galactic society. However, the fall of an oligarch meant that a group of giants had taken over. Many organizations absorbed the nutrients of the Limitless Financial Group and completed the transition. They filled the business gaps caused by the collapse of the Limitless Financial Group and continued to maintain the various services of the galactic society. In this competition to divide the cake, the Germinal Financial Group relied on Black Star's identity as a shareholder and the military advantage of the Army to inherit many of the Limitless Financial Group's trump card businesses and a large number of talents. The scale of the Germinal Financial Group suddenly expanded and the stock price soared. After this, although the Limitless Financial Group managed to protect the last bit of its business and survive the storm, it was still greatly damaged. Only a portion of Sorokin's elite children were left to protect the family business. However, even though the Limitless Financial Group had been dismantled to this extent, it had only fallen from its position as one of the top financial groups in the universe. It could still be considered a first-rate star-field financial group, which is enough to show how rich Sorokin's wealth was. In terms of making money fair and square, there was probably no one among the beyond grade as who was better than him. If not for the fact that it was inconvenient for Sorokin to appear in public, Han Xiao almost wanted him to be the person in charge of the Army's business sector. He had already confirmed that making money was one of Sorokin's few hobbies. According to Sorokin's own words, the increase in wealth was visible to the naked eye, and it was much easier than the increase in strength. He liked this kind of positive feedback mechanism that snowballed. The increase in his assets made him feel happy both physically and mentally. However, Han Xiao did not plan to let Sorokin do nothing. He simply let Sorokin handle some of the business affairs behind the scenes. From a boss to a combination of a senior consultant and a professional manager, from others working for him to him working for himself. Anyway, this guy liked to make money, and since he had nothing to do, letting him continue with his hobby was also a form of entertainment. At most, he would give Sorokin some dividends. He had nowhere to spend it anyway. In Han Zhao's opinion, the most unlucky ones were the players of the Limitless Financial Group. When a new version was released, their reactions would most likely be the same. What about my faction? What about such a big faction? Just thinking about it made Han Xiao feel so greedy, so miserable. It seemed that he had to use a warm embrace to take in these homeless leaks and let them feel that there was true love in this world. On the other hand, after the Red Empire issued the arrest warrant for Sorokin, God's incident seemed to have finally come to an end. The dynasty did not do anything else, and peace was restored. The focus of the galactic society shifted back to the development of the flickering world. The fourth exploration phase had already ended, ending with the departure of the supercluster. There was still the fifth, sixth, and so on, all with the theme of peaceful development. The subsequent development basically had nothing to do with the beyond grade A allies. A few months later, the Germinal Financial Group finally finished digesting the inheritance of the Limitless Financial Group and finally submitted a detailed report to Han Xiao. Black Star Palace, Army Commander's Office. Han Xiao carefully browsed through the financial group's report on the screen. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction and looked at Sylvia in front of him, as well as Interpace's remote projection. You guys did a good job swallowing the businesses of the Limitless Financial Group. The Army's expansion of the various star fields has taken a huge step forward, saving them at least 20 years of time. This is all because of your leadership. You're the lighthouse of the Army, guiding us forward. Sylvia smiled flatteringly. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand and said, I also saw in the report that we recruited some of Sorokin's children, and some even took the initiative to join us. That's because no one can resist your charisma. Sylvia flattered him again. Han Xiao looked at her strangely. What happened to this woman today? Didn't she usually ignore me? Han Xiao ignored her and turned to look at Interpace. What do you plan to do with Sorokin's children? Interpace stroked his mustache and slowly said, Although Sorokin fled for fear of punishment, his children are basically innocent. Many of them have been receiving elite training and holding senior management positions in the Limitless Financial Group. Of course, I'll let them take the assessment and limit the power in their hands, placing them in management positions at various levels. We'll do as you say. Han Zhao's expression did not change, but he was a little worried in his heart. Does this count as acknowledging a thief as a father? All right, with Sorokin's personality, he probably only gave birth to these children to train assistants and would not have too many feelings for them. It was very common for beyond grade as to have children as assistants, but most of them were just making babies normally. In order to increase efficiency, they would at most carry out group activities. Extreme methods like Beast Ancestor were unique in this era. The children are indeed not bad. They could be trained from a young age. Maybe it's time for me to make babies. Han Xiao muttered to himself. Sylvia's eyes lit up, and she opened her mouth. I'm willing. Maternity leave is also a leave. I don't mind. Han Xiao was so shocked that he almost slipped under the table. Wait a minute. Have you become so crazy just to ask for a leave of absence? Not only do you want to take a leave, but you also want to sleep with the boss. How can there be such a good thing? Interpies coughed and whispered. If you want to take maternity leave, I can actually help. Sylvia glared at him. Dream on. Scram. Interpay's expression froze. Under Han Zhao's meaningful gaze, he tactfully went offline. Only the two of them were left in the room. Sylvia suddenly smiled charmingly, swaying her waist as she walked to Han Xiao. She placed her hands on the table, leaned forward, and pressed her lips against Han Zhao's ear. I wasn't joking just now. Do you have any thoughts about me? You're in heat now? Looks like I'll have to remember today and calculate your cycle. I'll have to avoid you in the future. Han Xiao pondered. Sylvia's face twitched, and her smile stiffened. She forced herself not to explode and said, Do you really not know how charming you are? My admiration for you has long been overflowing. Do you have the heart to treat me like this? Don't give me that. It doesn't work on me. Just say it. Han Xiao was unmoved. He pressed his palm on Sylvia's forehead and pushed her head away. What are you doing? I'm a proper person who has been educated in socialism. I've never done things like if there's something to do, I'll do it. I'm a very proper person. You usually don't give me any face, but you've turned into a bootlicker today. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This B** star definitely has something to ask of me today. Sylvia's face collapsed, and she kicked Han Zhao's calf. She then rubbed her feet and said angrily, I've been the chief administrative official for decades, and you've treated me like a tool. How is this fair? I really can't take it anymore. I want to change my position. Han Xiao thought about it and agreed. Although Sylvia was very loyal, she had been a tool for too long, and she would have some opinions in her heart. This was especially so when a calamity grade's lifespan was far less than a beyond grade A. She had basically devoted most of her youth to the army. Usually, it was said that the hairline was the durability of an officer, but Han Xiao felt that he was quite humane. As long as the request was reasonable, he would not really treat an officer as a tool. Then what do you want? I want you to teach me how to become a beyond grade A super. What? Han Xiao thought that he had misheard. I've done my best for the army and wasted so much time, but you're not even willing to teach me. Sylvia said angrily. That's not it. It's just that the beyond grade A super is all about talent. Even if I teach you, your chances aren't high. Han Xiao was helpless. I don't care. I just want you to teach me. Sylvia grabbed Han Zhao's arm and shook it like a spoiled child. She was a decisive and capable chief administrative official in front of outsiders, but in front of Han Xiao, she would occasionally be like before, just a little girl who pestered her teacher. All right. After the handover, you can return to being my student. Han Xiao could only agree. Hearing this, Sylvia smiled brightly, kissed Han Zhao's cheek, and ran away like a thief who had stolen chicken. When she reached the door, Sylvia's footsteps paused, and she looked back with a smile like a lively elf. Her face was slightly red, and her tone was mischievous. Regarding my previous suggestion, I was really not joking. Then, without waiting for Han Zhao's reaction, she ran away as fast as she could. TSK. Like hell I'll believe you. Han Xiao shook his head and wiped off the lipstick mark on his face. Thinking of his previous life, Sylvia could only wander the universe aimlessly after her father was imprisoned. Now that the army had given her a home and a goal to fight for, Han Xiao could not help but feel emotional. Unknowingly, many people's fates had been changed because of him. Sylvia's potential should not be enough to reach the beyond grade A realm, but nothing is absolute. Even trash like Kohler and Bayoni could reach the beyond grade A realm. With my guidance, Sylvia might have some hope. Depending on the situation, I'll teach her some knowledge from Jay's treasure. Han Xiao nodded. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Ames. Sylvia had just left, and now Ames was calling him? What a coincidence. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Han Xiao shuddered inwardly. He calmed himself down and picked up the call. Ames's figure appeared on the screen. She held her chin with one hand and had an elegant smile on her face. We haven't seen each other in a while. Do you want to come and chat with me? Aesop brewed a new batch of wine. That's it. I'm not going. Also, I miss you a little. Ames blinked. Let's go. Han Xiao did not say anything and immediately switched to the king. In the past few years, other than the regular meetings, he had not seen Ames in private much. He had only been thinking about plotting and researching machinery, so he felt a little apologetic. Furthermore, he had just completed a major task, so he needed a little rest. Chapter 1262. In the Dragon Emperor Palace at the center of floating Dragon Island, Han Zhao's figure teleported over. He looked up and saw a round table in front of him with exquisite snacks and fruits placed neatly on it. Ames was sitting on the chair, seemingly prepared. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test Ames, was smiling at the communicator. She only ended the call when she saw that he had arrived. She put away the communicator and looked at him with a smile on her face. I knew you would come. Have a seat. The wine is ready. Han Xiao stepped forward, sat beside Ames, and said helplessly, I've been a little busy recently and haven't come over for a while. Sorry for neglecting you. When are you not busy? Ames did not deny it. Han Xiao shook his head, took a sip of wine, and smacked his lips. Why is the taste different from before? Aesop improved the recipe after he came back last time. Ames controlled the force field and filled Han Zhao's glass again. Han Xiao laughed. Speaking of which, after Aesop was kidnapped, you actually didn't reject Aesop's request to go on a trip. I thought you would ground him for a long time. If not for the soul swapper, I wouldn't have agreed. Ames snorted. After Fu Ding had obtained the soul swapper, Han Xiao had given Aesop some advice. After considering for a long time, Aesop had accepted his suggestion and asked Fu Ding to temporarily transfer his soul to another person. It would be both secretive and safe for him to go on a trip with another person. Ames had agreed to his request in the end. The soul swapper is indeed a good thing. It's a pity that Fu Ding is only a calamity grade now, so its effects are limited. Han Xiao shook his head and suddenly thought of something. I have a gift for you. What is it? Ames raised her brows. Han Xiao took out a pure white ball from his pocket and handed it to Ames. He smiled and said, This is a universal treasure that I obtained by chance. It can help espers develop their abilities. I'll give it to you. Ames took the small ball and controlled it to fly a few circles. She asked curiously, What's the name of this thing? How do I use it? Let's call it the Superpower Enhancement Ball. It's very simple to use. Just use your energy to penetrate it every day. Han Xiao gave a simple explanation of its function. This thing was one of the universal treasures that Sorokin had secretly collected, and he had seized it. According to the item description on the interface, the effect of this thing was to randomly strengthen an esper's various ability parameters. It needed to be worn for a long time to have a chance of triggering the effect. The probability was unknown, and each time it was triggered, the increase was not high. After accumulating to the limit, it could at most increase the potential of the Esper ability by 1 level, allowing the ability to complete an upgrade and metamorphosis. After that, it would lose its effect on the same user. However, the enhancement effect might not necessarily appear, and it might be useless. According to the description, the probability of triggering the enhancement depended to a certain extent on the luck attribute. Basically, it could be understood that unlucky people were not welcome. Han Xiao had coiled around a dragon before, and he remembered that Ames's luck was quite high. She should be able to trigger this treasure. After using it, with her relationship with Hela and the others, how could she not lend it to them? It was perfect. Then I'll accept it. Thank you. Ames played with it for a while before putting it away. Han Xiao had often given her gifts over the years. A few years ago, Han Xiao had even secretly given her a full set of Esper knowledge, causing her to almost think that Han Xiao had gone to invade the dynasty's database. The two of them chatted casually as they ate their snacks. Most of the time, Han Xiao was the one talking, and Ames was the one listening. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at Han Xiao with a smile. After chatting for a while, Ames suddenly spoke and interrupted Han Xiao. I realize that you've been troubled over the past few years. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. How did you know? I know you too well. Ames smiled. Do you want to have a heart-to-heart talk with me? Han Xiao had a helpless expression. Indeed, ever since he found out about the secrets of the sanctums and iterations, the psychological pressure on him had increased. He had been immersed in research for the past few years, making him very busy and not daring to slack off. Han Xiao thought for a while and said in a low voice, in the past few years, I've been thinking about a question. If our world is just an illusion that exists in the past, and the reality in our eyes is just an illusion in a cage, what will happen? Why did you suddenly have such thoughts? Ames was curious. I just came into contact with some information and made some connections. Han Zhao's answer was ambiguous. He naturally would not reveal information about the Celestial Star Alliance, iterations of the universe, and the sanctums. In fact, he had this suspicion a long time ago, but he knew that it was very difficult to answer this question, so he kept it in his heart. It was only after he came into contact with the sanctums and iterations that he had more guesses. Although Ames did not understand what Han Xiao was talking about, she could feel the pressure in Han Zhao's tone. It was as if there was a sense of alienation and a rare hint of confusion. Most of the time, Han Xiao was very confident. She rarely saw Han Xiao behave like this. Although she did not know why Han Xiao had been so stressed over the past few years, these were not important details to her. She only knew that Han Xiao needed her comfort. Thinking of this, Ames smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. I only know that breathing is real, the temperature is real, and the touch is real. As she spoke, she held Han Zhao's hand with both of her hands, blinked her eyes, and said softly, "Don't worry. I'm also real." The two of them looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Ahem, be more reserved. We're not in the secondary dimension. Han Xiao suddenly coughed and pulled his hand away. Huh. Ames chuckled inexplicably. The two of them tacitly skipped this topic and chatted for a few more hours. Only then did Han Xiao stand up and leave through teleportation. Looking at the empty seat, Ames suddenly sighed softly. After being together for so long, she had long felt that Black Star seemed to have a lot of friends. But for some reason, he always kept his heart closed and did not allow anyone to enter the deepest part of his heart. In a secret military training base of the Red Empire, this was the place where God was nurtured. A spaceship was docked at the port. The hatch was wide open and two long lines extended out. One was queuing to board the ship, while the other was queuing to disembark. Most of the people in the former were dejected, while the latter were full of confidence. This was the spaceship that transported the new batch of trainees. At the same time, it was also responsible for picking up the trainees who had been eliminated from the training base. Carrot was among the people boarding the ship. He could not help but look back in the direction of the training base. All this time, Carrot had been walking on the edge of the elimination list. If not for God's words, he might have been kicked out by the manager of the base long ago. Now that God had disappeared from the face of the earth, the words from back then were no longer valid. The manager of the base did not give Carlet any special treatment and placed him on the elimination list for this batch. I've been studying here for almost 10 years. It's a pity that I couldn't stay here forever, Carrot sighed softly. He was not too depressed, just a little regretful. After working so hard for so long, he had finally discovered the secret of the super system. Before he could change his training method, he was kicked out. Forget it. At least I didn't waste my 10 years of study. It's fine as long as I learned something. Carrot shook his head, looked away, and strode onto the spaceship. His high-spirited appearance did not fit in with the dejected crowd around him. After the incident between God and Sorokin was settled, the Galactic Society finally entered a period of stable development. The supercluster civilizations that failed in the flickering war licked their wounds silently. The various organizations that participated in the war rested and continued digesting the exploration dividends. The Red Empire and the Radiant Federation needed a period of stability after the election, while the Beyond Grade A Association continued the chemistry and created a union of interests. In this atmosphere of peaceful development, the 5th and 6th phases of the exploration plans were successfully completed in the Flickering World. Finally, the entire Flickering World was officially included in the explored universe. Even the Galactic Society became more prosperous, bringing countless business opportunities. Even a pig could fly if it stood in the wind. The development of the Flickering World gave birth to many new organizations. Every once in a while, a new financial group would appear in the Flickering World. After the Black Star Corps swallowed part of the Limitless Financial Group's business, they developed even more rapidly. They expanded rapidly in the various star fields, and their forces grew larger and larger. This also caused Han Zhao's status to rise. The two hidden threats, God and Sorokin, were dealt with. Manison was keeping a low profile and accumulating strength, so no one in the universe dared to provoke Han Zhao during this period of time. He finally obtained the longest period of peaceful development so far. The external environment was calm. Other than his daily activities, Han Zhao spent the rest of his time studying Jace's technology treasures and occasionally trying to analyze life energy. Basically, he was busy and fulfilling every day. As someone who had always been at the center of public opinion, every time he said he wanted to keep a low profile, he would end up slapping himself in the face. However, this time, Han Zhao finally faded from the view of the outside world, retreating behind the scenes like the other normal Beyond Grade as who were in seclusion. Although the universe remembered him, the stage had been vacated for a newcomer to make a name for himself. This situation lasted until Galaxy Calendar Year 780. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association celebrated its 50th anniversary. At the same time, this also meant that it was finally time for the president to change. P.S. Monsters will die when killed, written by Heavenly Inshun. Introduction. A story of revenge, dispelling the haze, dissipating the conspiracy, and defeating evil. A story of reversing fate, overcoming tragedy, and turning all sadness into perfection. Chapter 1263. Galaxy Calendar, Year 780, May 13th. Flickering World, Garu Star Cluster, Sigma Star System, Forbidden Area Number 3. After 40 years of vigorous development, the territory of the Black Star Corps was already very prosperous, and there were fewer and fewer undeveloped areas. This was the logistics headquarters of the Black Star Corps in the Flickering World, so it was not open to the public. In the area surrounded by multiple satellite bases, a cluster of gentle platinum energy was flashing. Like a radiating golden star, it was expanding and shrinking as if it were breathing, spreading out ripples of bright gold energy. Two figures, one black and one red, were floating not far away from this star. Around them were countless mechanical soldiers, forming a defensive circle to protect this area. This day has finally come. Aurora has also stepped into our territory. The red figure sighed softly, with a hint of satisfaction and pride in her tone. Her usually cold face revealed a kind smile that said, "My child has grown up." The two of them were Han, Xiao, and Hela. Not far away, The shining golden star was Aurora, who was going through the last step of the beyond grade A transformation. 40 years had passed, but Hela did not show any signs of aging. Other than her aura becoming colder and more dignified, her appearance basically did not change. For ordinary beyond grade, as this amount of time was only equivalent to 6 to 7 years, and for special beyond grade like Hela who had the authority of death, it was like the blink of an eye. If Aurora was allowed to accumulate on her own, it would probably take more than 100 years to step into the beyond grade A realm. This is even earlier than I expected. Han Xiao smiled. His appearance did not change much, but 40 years of accumulation made his aura even more unfathomable. The army had been steadily expanding for 40 years, and the bonuses of proof of leadership had also been increasing. On the other hand, Han Xiao had already raised his god's trait transformation to an extremely high level through his research on Jace's treasure. His overall strength was not just a little stronger than 40 years ago. The holy light particle had shortened the process of accumulating energy for Aurora. Coupled with the fact that she had no bottlenecks, it was only a matter of time for Aurora to become a beyond grade A super. The timing was about the same as Han Zhao's initial estimation. After a long time, the golden star in front of them began to shrink. It turned from an enormous ball of light into a human figure emitting a faint golden light. It gave off an inviolable and holy aura, as if it was the combination of motherhood and divinity. Aurora's appearance changed greatly. Her figure became very tall, and her facial features were stunningly beautiful. To use a tacky description, she had an angelic face and a devilish figure. Her entire person changed from a petite and cute style to the style of an older sister. It was simply not the same person. Seeing this, Han Xiao and Hela flew in front of Aurora and looked her up and down with surprise. Hela reached out and compared her height, only to realize that Aurora was actually half a head taller than her. How did you change? Han Xiao stared at Aurora's figure for a while before coming to a conclusion. This must be his second puberty. This is a new ability. I can control the size of my body. Aurora giggled. Her entire body glowed, and she instantly returned to her original petite figure. How is it? I'll look better than you just now, right? I can switch back anytime. Hela snorted, changed the topic, and asked, what other new abilities do you have? Hearing this, Aurora immediately displayed it. All of her functions were strengthened, and she did not need to develop her own abilities. She directly inherited the results left behind by her predecessor. She suddenly had many new abilities and talents, fully showing the joy of being a cheater. After entering the beyond grade A realm, the efficiency of Aurora replenishing her life energy every day increased countless times. She basically did not have to worry about running out of energy. Furthermore, she had a passive halo effect. As long as she was within a certain range, her life forms would be buffed, greatly increasing their recovery speed. The range of the halo could also slowly expand as she grew. Also, I should be able to perfectly fuse the power of revival now. As Aurora spoke, she flicked out a cluster of life energy. Seeing this, Hela also released a cluster of death energy. The two combined and turned into a golden-orange power of revival. The strength of the two types of energy reached a balance and was very stable. Hela's eyes flickered. In that case, you only need to familiarize yourself with the ability, and you'll be able to use the revival function of the underworld. The 8 hero spirit kings have been lazing around in the underworld. Now that Aurora had become a beyond grade A, she had gathered the last piece of the Edo Tensei puzzle, allowing these hero spirits to display their strength. With the help of the 8 hero spirits of the underworld, the two sisters became the strongest in the universe. This was the greatest legacy left behind by her predecessor. Aurora could obtain enough power to protect herself, and the summoning style was her combat style. Han Xiao smiled. You're also a beyond grade now. Do you want to be the deputy army commander like your sister, or do you have other thoughts? Aurora's eyes turned, and she excitedly said, I can protect myself now. Does that mean I can move freely? In principle, yes. Han Xiao could only nod. Then I want to travel alone. You're not allowed to stop me. Aurora's tone was impatient. She had been holding in for the past few years and could not go anywhere. Now, she just wanted to travel the universe alone. Han Xiao and Hela looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Now that Aurora had become a beyond grade A, they could no longer arrange things for her like before. They had to respect her personal wishes. However, they did not have to worry too much about her safety. With Aurora's current ability, she could solve most accidents. I approve, but you have to bring the king's throne, Hela said solemnly. Hearing this, Aurora was excited. She turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "By the way, can I join the Beyond Grade A Association now?" She had been looking forward to the Beyond Grade A Association for a long time. She had heard that the members were all talented, and she had long wanted to see it with her own eyes. "Okay, I'll arrange for you to join. The president election is in 2 months. Letting you in will boost my reputation as well." Han Xiao did not refuse. Now that Aurora had grown up and was strong enough to protect herself, there was no need for her to continue hiding. Furthermore, she did not want to continue hiding. Joining the association was only a matter of time, although this would make the various organizations think of the two sisters among the primordial ones again. Han Xiao could handle this storm now. Aurora's ability might even be able to promote the union of the Beyond Grade As. Who would not want to join the Beyond Grade As? Aurora blinked. "Are you sure you can succeed the president this time?" Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. "At least 90%. After 50 years of development, the Beyond Grade A Association had completed part of their initial plan and successfully formed a giant interest union. Although they were secretly targeted by the 3 universal civilizations during this period, there were no conflicts that were too intense. Therefore, he had persecuted Madison many times over the years and already had absolute authority in the association. Madison could only be a mascot most of the time. In addition to the support of the internal members, the external organizations also supported his ascension. The right time, place, and people were all on his side. If things developed normally, he would definitely be able to smoothly hand over the president's authority in a meeting 2 months later, allowing the Beyond Grade A Association to enter the era of Black Star's rule. However, Madison had kept a low profile for decades, and no one knew what he was planning. Han Xiao also did not know if he would watch him become the president or do something. However, no matter what, Han Xiao had made the necessary preparations. After chatting for a while, Hela brought Aurora to the underworld to familiarize herself with her abilities, leaving Han Xiao alone. Han Xiao watched the two of them leave and thought to himself, now that the army has a second Beyond Grade A, it can be considered unique. If Lodhair also makes a breakthrough, it will be even better. Lodhair had been training hard for the past 40 years, and his progress was extremely fast. He was already on the path of transformation, but unlike Aurora, he did not have a bottleneck and was still some distance away from becoming a Beyond Grade A. As for the other officers of the army, none of them showed signs of stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm in the short term. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought about the president election 2 months later. The position was secondary. The most important thing was the chain reaction. For example, the elders of the Holy Covenant organization had been training quietly for decades, and the time they agreed to appear was after he was elected the president of the Beyond Grade A Association. Han Xiao could imagine the reaction of the entire galactic society at that time. Even if many details had changed, it would definitely return to the trajectory of the calamity of the supers. In the past 40 years, many new people have been born and are active in the universe. I've kept a low profile for so long. It seems like I'm going to return to the forefront of public opinion this time. The Beyond Grade A Association was already a behemoth in a galactic society. The president election also received the attention of countless organizations. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, in the presidential palace, the current president of the Radiance Federation, Louis Loki, tapped his fingers on the table and spoke to the elders in front of him. The Beyond Grade A Association is about to change. Madison will definitely be kicked out by Black Star. What do you guys think? The chief elder shook his head. This is the trend. Although Black Star is an ally of the dynasty, their honeymoon period is over. We won't lose out if he takes over. Lewis frowned. I'm not targeting Black Star alone. None of the new people born in the past 40 years joined the three universal civilizations. They all went to the Beyond Grade A Association. The existence of the association has already shaken our interests. With the development of the Beyond Grade A Association, it became more and more difficult for the three universal civilizations to restrict the association. For example, the private dissemination of knowledge between Beyond Grade has become more and more frequent. This caused the three universal civilizations to rely on monopolizing the various ultimate knowledge systems to attract new Beyond Grade as to suffer a severe blow. They could not recruit new allies. Of course, the three universal civilizations did not agree to the association imparting knowledge, so this behavior could be seen as violating their ban. However, the association did not publicly disseminate knowledge, so it was very troublesome for the three universal civilizations to hold them accountable. It was difficult to stop private dissemination because the Beyond Grade, as now had the association as their backing, they did not care about the three universal civilizations. This is indeed a problem, but to solve it, we have to face the Beyond Grade A Association head-on, which will cause a lot of turmoil. I suggest that you don't act rashly before coming up with a mature plan, another elder said. Lewis tapped the table and narrowed his eyes. The former president, Bader, did not want to flip the table against the Beyond Grade as during his term, so this task fell on his head. Lewis could only take responsibility. After decades of contact, he was more and more certain that the Beyond Grade A Association was the primary opponent he had to deal with during his term. In Lewis's opinion, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church most likely thought the same. In a certain base of the Holy Covenant organization, in a senior activity room, the Beyond Grade A Association is finally going to change. After Black Star takes over, we'll be able to leave the mountain as promised. The primordial ones watched the news broadcast on the virtual screen. Some were excited, some were expectant. They had different expressions as they discussed softly. Oathkeeper stood beside the door with his arms crossed. His eyes flickered slightly as he muttered to himself, "This day will come. This day has still come. Black Star, I hope your predictions are correct." Chapter 1264. Due to the limited number of people in the know and the fact that the army did not publicize it, the news of Aurora becoming a Beyond Grade A did not spread to the outside world. On this day, half a month later, Han Xiao held a welcoming meeting for her. At the association headquarters on Planet Finn, the welcoming meeting was in progress. The venue was filled with the remote projections of the big shots. Compared to 40 years ago, there were even more seats. There was an empty seat beside Hela, which was reserved for Aurora. At this moment, the Beyond Grade as present were all whispering to each other, curiously guessing the identity of this new Beyond Grade A Super. Because the news was not leaked, no one present knew that a new Beyond Grade A Super had been born in the universe, so they did not know the identity of this newcomer. I wonder if this newcomer is a neutral or a member of a large organization. Speaking of which, there's no news from the outside world at all, and Black Star already recruited him. I feel like this newcomer has a close relationship with Black Star. I'm only curious about what system this newcomer belongs to. I hope he's not a pugilist. There are already enough people with bad brains. Everyone was talking at the same time, and there were many factions in the conversation. As the saying went, there were no factions outside the party. After 40 years, there were many more factions in the Beyond Grade A Association. Some were divided according to the faction behind them, such as the direct members of the three universal civilizations, allies, and neutral. Some were divided according to their close working relationship, such as Beyond Grade, as who had a close working relationship with each other. There is also another division according to different classes, which was born because of the private dissemination of the ultimate knowledges of their respective classes. Thus, the 5 classes spontaneously gathered around the big shots of the same class. Therefore, Many members hoped that the newcomer would be of the same class as them to strengthen their faction. After letting everyone discuss for a while, Han Xiao clapped his hands and smiled. "All right, let's be quiet and welcome the newcomer." Hearing the order from the vice president, the members present all shut up. They were used to it and directly ignored Madison, who was resting with his eyes closed. Not long after, the side door of the venue opened, and the mature version of Aurora walked out, curiously sizing up everyone present. The beyond grade as present also looked at him curiously, whispering softly, "She's a new beyond grade A super. She doesn't look like a pugilist. Relax. I don't know her. I know all the famous beyond grade A seeds in the universe. She's definitely not one of them." "That's strange. I think she looks familiar. Don't you think she looks a bit like Hela?" At this moment, Han Xiao spoke. "This newcomer is called Aurora. She stepped into the beyond grade A realm not long ago. She's sisters with Hela, and they both work for the Black Star Corps. Her ability is the exact opposite of Hela's. She has the life authority, which allows her to quickly recover from injuries and replenish life force. Aurora, on behalf of the Beyond Grade A Association, I welcome you to join us." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of astonishment appeared on almost everyone's face. This newbie is also a cadre of the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, this was the relative of another Beyond Grade A super. The probability was way too low. One controls death, the other controls life, and they're sisters. Why does this sound so familiar? Murmurs could be heard. Hearing this, many people recalled that there was a similar pair of sisters among the primordial ones. Same Esper abilities, same sisters. This was too much of a coincidence. If one were to say that the two sisters before them had nothing to do with the two primordial ones in history, most of them would never believe it. Recalling the story of the two primordial ones, the way everyone looked at Hela and Aurora had a subtle change. Amidst disbelief, there was a hint of passion. Hela's ability could reduce one's lifespan, and her sister's ability was the exact opposite. Did this not mean that she could extend one's lifespan? If she was even more powerful, perhaps she could imitate the primordial ones and create the legendary underworld. All of a sudden, most of the people present had the thought of befriending Aurora. They immediately welcomed her with a warm attitude. They avoided Hela, but they treated Aurora the exact opposite. Seeing this, Hela said coldly with a warning tone, "Don't have any ideas about my sister. I won't go easy on you. We're greeting Aurora. What does it have to do with you?" Many snorted. Although they were wary of Hela's ability, they did not want to lose face. However, being stubborn was one thing. Indeed, not many of them had any ill intentions. The Beyond Grade A Association had been in operation for 50 years and had already established its authority. No one was willing to violate the rules and attack a member. Furthermore, the giant organization known as the Black Star Corps made most people wary. Even if they were not afraid of Hela, they had to consider Black Star. Thinking of Black Star, everyone present could not help but feel jealous. He now has another Beyond Grade A officer. Where did Black Star find so many top talents? How envious. I'm Aurora. I'm very happy to join the association." Aurora came to her seat and briefly introduced herself. She then recited some pleasantries, saying that it was an honor to join the association. Everyone responded in a friendly manner. Many of them had a hint of flattery in their words. Both sides were praising each other in business, while Hela watched coldly from the side. She secretly curled her lips. "TSK, a bunch of bootlickers. I've never seen you treat me so warmly before." Aurora was the main character of today's welcome meeting. She had finally entered the circle of Beyond Grade as, so she was full of curiosity. Facing everyone's conversation, she spoke excitedly, forming a stark contrast to Hela's coldness. From her, everyone confirmed that Aurora could help prolong people's lives. They could not help but be overjoyed. However, as soon as this request was mentioned, Aurora kicked the ball to Han Xiao, saying that she would only listen to Black Star's orders. This was discussed in advance to further increase Han Xiao's authority and increase the success rate of his succession. Hearing this, Everyone could not help but look at Han Xiao. Seeing that he was smiling without saying anything, they knew that only by paying a reward would they be able to obtain Han Xiao's permission. After interacting with each other for so many years, everyone knew that Black Star was not easy to fool. Coincidentally, the president election was not too long away. Black Star's unspoken words were self-explanatory. After chatting for a while, someone could not help but ask out of curiosity, "Why are you working for the Black Star Corps?" "Black Star saved me in the past." Aurora briefly explained her experience in the German organization, saying that Black Star had saved her life. Hearing this, even those who already knew about Black Star's early career could not help but be shocked. A mere surface civilization organization had actually produced 3 beyond grade as who dominated the universe. This germinal organization's luck was too heaven-defying. After a while, Han Xiao saw that the conversation was about done, so he changed the topic and interrupted. "All right, now that everyone knows each other, I'll take this opportunity to emphasize that the next meeting will be the election of the president. At that time, Manison will step down, and everyone who is interested can participate in the election. The second president will be decided through voting. 1 vote per person. Don't forget, everyone." Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. At the same time, Manison opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Han Xiao, and closed them again. On a certain planet in the flickering world, the next president election, if I can sit in that position. In the hall, Rawl's eyes flickered. He was a new beyond grade A born in the past 40 years. He had entered the association early and used this platform to quickly build his own organization. Therefore, he understood the power of the association very well and had always been envious. He would occasionally fantasize about being in power one day. The new president would be elected in 2 months, and Rawls felt that his chance had come. As a newcomer, he knew that he was too inexperienced and could not be compared to a veteran like Black Star. However, the ambition in his heart made him want to give it a try. If he succeeded, it would be a huge gain. He was a man of action. As soon as he had an idea, he would immediately take action. "I'm definitely not Black Star's opponent, but the president election is decided through voting. Although my chances are slim, it's not completely hopeless." Rawl's eyes darted around. As a newcomer, he had only stepped into the beyond grade A circle for a short time and was still at the initial level. He did not have the means to understand the relationship between Han Xiao and the other members, so he did not have a deep understanding of Black Star's connections. This was like a newcomer who was 1 level lower, unable to see all the strength of the industry's big shots. Therefore, in Rawl's eyes, he did not have no chance. One of the reasons he dared to do this was because, as a member of the association, his life would not be in danger. In terms of combat strength, although Rawls admitted that he was not Han Xiao's opponent, he felt that the gap should not be too big. When Rawls was rising, Han Xiao had already kept a low profile for a while. He had only heard about Black Star's strength from rumors and had never personally experienced it. It was difficult for him to understand the details just by watching videos on the internet. Excessive confidence was a common problem for most new beyond grade S. They were bold and ambitious, often wanting to charge at the person on the throne and replace him. Usually, only the harsh beating of society could cure this problem, but Rawls had not received any treatment since entering the beyond grade A realm. Although Black Star has shown a determined attitude toward the position of president, who said that I can't snatch it, Rawls began a plan in his heart and was eager to give it a try. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the election of the Beyond Grade A Association arrived as scheduled. All the major organizations in the universe focused their attention on this matter and waited for the results. In the enclosed venue, all the members had come online early. The atmosphere was solemn, and everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Manison and Han Zhao's faces from time to time. Ahem, since everyone is here, let's begin. Han Zhao spoke, then looked at Manison with a smile. Your Excellency President, please preside over the meeting. Manison glanced at him, slowly stood up, and looked around. After a moment of silence, Manison spoke with a deep voice. The association has a rule that the president will be elected every 50 years. Now that 50 years have passed, I will step down from my duties as the president and will not participate in the election." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Although everyone thought that Madison would not be able to be reelected, no one thought that the Mecha Empire would give up so easily. They did not expect Madison to not participate in the election directly. Han Xiao was also a little surprised. He was already on his guard, ready to counter Madison's every move, but the other party had directly rejected the challenge. "Strange, this is not like old Madison. You're really not participating? It can't be that you're afraid of losing to me, right?" Han Xiao repeated. "Humph." Madison could not be bothered to respond. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. No matter what Madison was thinking, as long as he did not participate, his biggest competitor would be gone, and his position as the president would basically be secured. "If that's the case, I'll be the first to participate." Han Xiao looked around at everyone's faces and asked word by word, "Who else?" Many people looked away, not wanting to meet his eyes. Based on the current situation, there was no doubt that Black Star would become the president, and he was indeed the most suitable candidate. None of the peak beyond grade as who were most qualified to participate in the election spoke, and most of them also kept quiet and did not cause trouble. They all thought that they might as well just let Black Star participate alone, skipping the voting process and directly becoming the president. However, just as everyone thought that the situation would develop like this, a confident voice suddenly sounded. "I'll participate." "Who's so stubborn?" Everyone was stunned. They turned around, and their expressions immediately became strange. They saw Rawls raise one hand and maintain his posture. There was an excited smile on his face, as if he was enjoying being the center of attention. "Are you sure?" Han Xiao was a little surprised. Since everyone can choose, why not try? Maybe I'll win. Rawls was not afraid at all. He looked straight at Han Xiao, exuding a competitive aura. This scene looked a little hot-blooded, but in the eyes of everyone, it was ridiculous. This newcomer is too bold. Does he really want to arm wrestle with Black Star? At the same time, Aurora quietly whispered into Gila's ear, "Don't worry. This guy should be a pugilist, right?" Hela glanced at her. "You guessed right. P.S. Author Demonic Song Yu's book. I've read all of his previous books, and they're all quite imaginative. This book's pacing has been improved, and there's a lot of clever manipulation. Personally, I think it's quite good. It's an invincible battle of wits novel. If you're interested, go and take a look." Chapter 1265. Who gave you the courage to suddenly appear and compete with me for the position of president? Han Xiao looked at Rawls' confident appearance, and many guesses flashed through his mind. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test. However, when he thought of the other party's class, the surprise in his heart disappeared. "Oh, so he's a pugilist. That's fine." Han Xiao shook his head and stopped guessing Rawls' motives. Pugilists had a more unique way of thinking. Most of the time, you would think that they were on the first or second level, but in reality, they were on the first level. There was no need to analyze so much. Han Xiao had considered the possibility of a peak beyond grade A participating, but he did not expect it to be a newcomer, forcing him to participate in the voting. However, it was not a big deal. A mere newcomer was not qualified to mess things up. Although he did not know where the other party's confidence came from, it was understandable since he was a pugilist. Is anyone else who wants to participate? Han Xiao looked away and scanned the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded. In that case, only Rawls and I will participate. You can vote now. Everyone present was a beyond grade A super, so no one's opinion could be ignored. Thus, everyone could express their opinions without any formality. The members who usually stood on Black Star's side immediately expressed their support for Han Xiao becoming the president. The direct members of the three universal civilizations also voted for it. Some of the peak beyond grade, as who were part of the upper echelons of the association, also expressed their support. All of a sudden, other than Heber, Cisco, Madison, and a few others who gave up, almost all the members of the association supported Han Xiao to become the president. There were many supporters, and the momentum was huge. On the other hand, Rawls stood alone and did not receive a single vote. He gave off an inexplicable feeling of desolation. Han Xiao could not help but glance at him with a strange expression. "No, just this? You did not manage to win over a single person, and you still dare to participate. What are you showing off?" Just looking at Rawls' uncertain expression, Han Xiao could not help but feel embarrassed for him. "What are you doing, little brother? Do you really think that people will vote for a newcomer? Do you like to embarrass yourself so much?" The votes were overwhelming. Han Xiao calmed himself down, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm not sure what to do." "Then the situation is obvious. Rawls, do you accept this result?" Everyone looked at Rawls in unison. Their eyes contained ridicule, pity, disdain, and a series of complicated emotions. Rawls opened his mouth, sat down, and said in a muffled voice, "I accept." Even though he was betting on the fact that there was no risk involved and that he wouldn't lose anything even if he didn't get chosen, he still felt a little embarrassed when he saw the huge gap between them. Rawls had a good plan. He knew that there was a high chance that he would not become the president. However, if he could get some votes during the election, he would at least have some say in it. In the future, he would not have to be a newbie anymore. He would be able to participate more deeply in the affairs of the association. In his opinion, this was the first step for a newcomer. In order to achieve this goal, it wasn't that he didn't contact the other association members in private and expressed his intention to run for president. Some people had promised to support him, so he had the confidence to run for president. However, when it came to this, all these B* stars didn't show up. In fact, what he did not know was that most people thought that he was joking and just casually said it. But it gave Rawls the illusion that he could do it. Because they were all big shots, Rawls did not dare to flare up. He could only sulk and curse in his heart that verbal promises were indeed unreliable. Han Xiao was not interested in Rawls' thoughts. He knew pugilists too well. It was not that their brains were really made of muscles, but the pugilist heart itself was to welcome men and overcome the obstacles of men. It was a challenging mentality that could not be backed down. Those who could become beyond grade A would definitely have this personality. In other words, pugilists who were not headstrong would find it very difficult to become beyond grade A. And this was a reason why Han Xiao had high hopes for Lodhair. After all, this guy was quite headstrong. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao calmed himself down, looked around, and smiled. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I won't reject the position of president." Aurora was the first to clap, her face full of excitement. Seeing that someone was taking the lead, the others hesitated for a moment before clapping their hands symbolically. Most of them were more reserved and were not used to this kind of action. For a time, there was a round of applause. Han Xiao smiled and returned the greeting. Although he had guessed that this would be the result, when he succeeded, he was still very happy. From now on, he was the leader of the Beyond Grade A Association. He could officially lead the Beyond Grade A group, and his influence would rise to a higher level. The effect of proof of leadership was also updated in real time. When he was the vice president, he could only obtain a portion of the bonus. Now that he was the president, the bonus effect was finally complete. Although it was not a qualitative change, it was still the icing on the cake. After the president was chosen, the vice president position was empty. An election was also held. This time, the system was changed from one vice president to two, which were respectively Kasui and Serene. Other than that, the association also decided on a few new directors. Hello was chosen and sat on the director's seat of the association. The voting process was very simple. After the process was completed smoothly, the transition was smooth and the handover was completed. Han Xiao finally sat on the main seat, with Kasui and Serene on his left and right. Inauguration speeches were not an exception even in the Beyond Grade A circle. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "Since I've been elected as the new president, I'll say a few simple words. It has been 50 years since the Beyond Grade A Association was founded. We've built a foundation from nothing. So far, we've done quite well, and this includes the contributions of the former president, Madison, and everyone present. The original intention of the association was to unite all the beyond grade as become a group of interests and protect the entire class. This purpose will be maintained, and no decision made in the future can deviate from this principle. All individuals or organizations that want to split the beyond grade A group are enemies of the association. As for me, I'll do my best to make the association develop better and build it into a safe haven for all the beyond grade As. There's no need to say more. Everyone knows my character. I'll definitely do my best to meet everyone's expectations. At this moment, no matter what their impression of Han Xiao was, every beyond grade A was nodding in approval. Everyone present knew that from this moment onward, the Beyond Grade A Association had officially entered the era of Black Star. Looking at the faces with different expressions, Han Xiao paused for a moment before speaking again with an inexplicable tone. Maybe not long from now, we'll welcome a revolution. Everyone be mentally prepared. Hearing this, many people felt that Han Xiao's words had a deeper meaning, but they did not understand what it meant. Han Xiao did not explain. When the members of the Holy Covenant appeared, the upheaval would come. He could already vaguely see that the storm of the era was about to rise again. In the primeval Star River, in a secret base of the Mecha Empire. After the election meeting ended, Madison deactivated the remote projection, and his gaze returned to the dark room. He picked up another communicator, which was still in communication mode. The other party was Kasui. Thanks to you taking the initiative to withdraw, the election went very smoothly, Kasui said with a smile. Let me make it clear. I didn't give up on the election because you came to beg me. Madison was expressionless, and his tone was indifferent. Outsiders did not know that the two of them had negotiated in private. Kasui had secretly come to find Madison and asked him to give up on the idea of re-election. They had secretly reached an agreement. Kasui smiled. No matter what, you've helped me. Humph. It was a good election, but you made it seem like Black Star had the final say. Madison snorted coldly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. That's called everyone's wish. Kasui laughed. I really don't know what benefits Black Star gave you to help him like this. If I were to participate, even if I might not be re-elected, I would at least be the vice president. Madison frowned. Kasui shook his head. He didn't give me any benefits. I did it willingly. Ever since you went to the secondary dimension with him a few decades ago, you have always been on his side. Could it be that Black Star used his charisma to convince you? Humph. Anyway, it's none of my business. Just don't forget that you owe me a favor. Madison snorted softly. I'll remember, old friend. Kasui smiled, and his figure disappeared from the screen. Madison hung up the communication, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kasui's request was a very small factor in him giving up on causing trouble in the election. He had just done him a favor. In fact, Madison had long planned to do this. The first reason was that he knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to win against Black Star, so he did not want to embarrass himself. The second was to lay low and let Black Star stand at the center of the storm while he kept a low profile, secretly looking for an opportunity to make a comeback in the future election. The third reason was the main reason Madison made such a decision. After 40 years of fermenting, the Beyond Grade A Association had become more and more independent, causing the three universal civilizations to not receive any new allies. He saw the brewing crisis and believed that the three universal civilizations would soon take further action. Retreating now was to avoid the pressure and let Black Star take the blame. On the other hand, Madison also understood that Black Star was the best candidate to lead the association at this time. If he spoke to the three universal civilizations, he would be able to relieve the pressure on the three universal civilizations to a certain extent. There was a greater possibility that he would lead the association through this crisis and prevent the Great Purge. He had a personal grudge with Black Star, but protecting the safety of the Beyond Grade A group was more important to him. For this reason, he chose to step aside and not cause trouble for Han Zhao's succession. Madison lowered his eyes. The three universal civilizations won't sit by and watch us grow endlessly. After more than 40 years of cultivation, it's time for them to make a move. Black Star, I wonder if your method can handle the new tragedy of the pinnacles? Your philosophy is wrong. Peaceful development can't be exchanged for compromise. If we don't make overlords like the three universal civilizations feel afraid, how can they allow us to grow freely? If you can't handle it, don't blame me for releasing the imitation intelligent mutiny virus. The news of Black Star replacing the Mecha Empire as the president of the Beyond Grade Association spread like wildfire, quickly spreading throughout the galactic society that had been paying attention to this matter. A large number of reports appeared on the internet, announcing the arrival of Black Star's era. All of a sudden, Black Star, who had kept a low profile for 40 years, once again stood on the cusp of public opinion. His fame and reputation soared, and his legendary deeds were once again dug up by various media outlets, attracting a lot of attention. Even the Germinal Financial Group's stock price rose a lot because of this. Overall, the Galactic Society had a good attitude toward this change. Black Star was the universal hero who solved the intelligent plague, the winner of the Stewart Peace Prize, the winner of the Galaxy Medal, the co-consultant of the three universal civilizations. This series of reputations was much better than the Mecha Empires. Most people believed that the Beyond Grade A Association would develop harmoniously under the leadership of Han Shao. While the outside world expressed all kinds of opinions about the change of the Beyond Grade A Association, Han Shao had already secretly used the king to teleport to the ancient Star Desert and found the Holy Covenant organization. Not only did he go there to discuss the primordial ones coming out of seclusion, but he also went there for another important matter. The keys to open the third sanctum were gathered once again. Chapter 1266. The spaceship drove into the spaceport of one of the Holy Covenant's secret bases. The hatch slid open, and Han Shao walked out. He immediately saw Oathkeeper waiting at the dock. Watermark advertisement, test watermark, advertisement test. Yo, it's been a while. You're still dressed like this. Don't you need to wash your clothes? Han Shao laughed. No. Oathkeeper's mouth twitched. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's talk inside. Then Oathkeeper led the way, and Han Shao followed him all the way down the corridor of the base. The two of them chatted as they walked. Han Shao scratched his chin and asked curiously, "It's only been a few decades, and you've already gathered all the keys to the third sanctum again? That's too efficient. That's nothing. There are only 0 or countless times to enter the sanctum. With experience, it's much easier to do it again. Some keys are not disposable, and we still have some in stock. For example, the primal Esper ability entities. I was stuck at this stage in the past, but I gathered all of them last time. Now I can just take them out and continue using them. As for the other types of keys, with your wealth and channels, it's much easier to collect them," Oathkeeper explained. Hearing that, Han Shao nodded. Just like in the second cycle, he had inherited the key items and did not need to collect them again. The time span in his previous life was not particularly long. The scale of the Holy Covenant organization was far larger than it was now, which meant that Oathkeeper must have entered the sanctum several times. It was not surprising that he had such efficiency now. This time, Han Shao entered the sanctum alone, partly to complete the third round of the Relay Across Iterations mission, and partly out of curiosity. The two of them chatted casually all the way to the seniors' activity room. As soon as Han Shao walked in, he was stared at by dozens of eyes. Dozens of awakened primordial ones were waiting there. As soon as they saw Han Shao, they surrounded him. "Black Star, congratulations on being elected as the association president. The agreed time has come. Can we leave the mountain now?" Everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely noisy. Han Shao raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. He slowly said, "It's about time. But in my opinion, it's better to stay for another year or two." Another year or two. Everyone's expression changed slightly. "You made us cultivate in seclusion for 3 years after 3 years. Now it has been almost 50 years. Big brother, if this continues, we really won't be able to hold it in any longer. Ahem, everyone, don't be anxious. I have 3 reasons. Han Xiao raised his finger and explained. First of all, I've just been elected as the president, so it's best for me to take some time to prepare. Second of all, in the past 40 years, the 3 universal civilizations haven't gotten a single ally, so they probably won't be happy about it. Let's wait and see what they do first. As for the last reason, I have to enter the sanctum, and I don't know how long it will take. According to Oathkeeper, the flow of time in the sanctums was different. He did not feel like he'd spent a long time in there, but when he came out, he realized that a few years had passed in the main universe. Therefore, this time, Han Xiao had to be prepared. Hearing this, many of the primordial ones had conflicted expressions. They wanted to leave immediately, but if Han Xiao entered the sanctum, he might disappear for a few years. Without President Blackstar's support during this period, many things would not be easy. This time, Pangan coldly said, "It doesn't matter. I wasn't going to join the association in the first place. I've already decided to leave soon." Han Xiao glanced at him, nodded, and did not say anything. The goals of this batch of revived primordial ones were mainly divided into 3 types. The first was to enjoy the rights of a beyond grade A in this peaceful era, so they wished to join the association, such as Baiger and Meiji. The second was to continue hiding in the Holy Covenant and help Oathkeeper manage the organization. They did not plan to leave, so of course, they had no objections. The last type was the debt collectors from the exploration era, who wanted to take revenge on the advanced civilizations. There were fewer of them, and the representative was Pangan. He planned to be a lone wolf from the start and did not want to join the association. Han Xiaoxin did not want this group of people to join either. After all, revenge would greatly intensify the conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the beyond grade as. If he joined the association, should he help them or not? Most of the association members would definitely oppose it, so he felt that it was better to let Pangan and his group be lone wolves and not drag the association down. In his previous life, the revenge of this group of people was one of the important fuses of the calamity of the Super's version. As for whether Pangan and his group stayed or left, Han Xiao did not care. On the other hand, Han Xiao also knew what Pangan was thinking. Pangan did not expect the association to help him, and he also knew the significance of the Beyond Grade A Association, so he did not plan to drag the association down. Thus, he took on the responsibility of revenge alone. In his previous life, Pangan did not reveal the existence of the Holy Covenant, so although he was stubborn, he was still loyal. Han Xiao looked away and looked at Baiger and the others. "What about you guys? Are you willing to wait for me?" Baiger thought for a while and nodded. "Although we can't hold it in anymore, we still have to look at the big picture. Although we're not from the same era as the current Beyond Grade, as we all represent the same class and have the same interests. After we appear, the entire Beyond Grade A class will definitely be shaken. Don't worry, we won't destroy the big picture because of our selfish desires." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. After more than 40 years of communication, most of the primordial ones had already integrated into the era. Some of them no longer only thought about themselves, but were tricked by him into joining the Beyond Grade A Association. They let go of their past in the exploration era and decided to participate in this new battle between the Beyond Grade as and the advanced civilizations, fighting for the entire Beyond Grade A class. The way these people saw it, when the upheaval came, it would not do to be without Blackstar, who was the key figure. For this reason, they were willing to continue hiding for a while. Although Baiger and the others had not come out yet, in their hearts, they already saw themselves as part of the Beyond Grade A Association and considered the interests of the whole. "Great, I wasn't wrong about you guys." Han Xiao laughed and said some polite words, quickly calming everyone's emotions. After receiving a reply, everyone calmed down and continued to play cards. Han Xiao pulled Oathkeeper out of the senior activity room and entered a small black room to talk privately. Closing the door, Han Xiao asked, "In order to deal with the upheaval that will happen soon, We need more beyond grade as. Are the revival mediums ready this time? Yes, they're ready. Thankfully, many beyond grade as left behind their descendants, or it would have been difficult to collect them. Oathkeeper nodded. This time, the candidate to enter the sanctums was Han Shao. He went with a mission, which was to revive more beyond grade as. The sanctum revival required all kinds of mediums. Over the past few decades, the Black Star Army and the Holy Accord have been quietly doing this work, collecting things related to the beyond grade as in history, including relics and the vestigial race. Another batch had been gathered. Han Shao took a look at the list and narrowed his eyes. It seems like there are a few strong people in this round of revival. Can they be stronger than you? Oathkeeper curled his lips. That's true. I'm F** King Invincible. Han Shao accepted this flattery. However, he immediately thought of Jays of the Celestial Star Alliance. He did not know if he could revive this guy from a different iteration. Shaking his head, Han Shao temporarily suppressed this thought. He found an empty room and stayed alone, blocking all the surveillance in the room. He then took out his communicator and dialed a number. The first person he called was Kasui, and soon, Kasui's figure appeared on the screen. Black Star? No, Your Excellency President, what's the matter? Kasui smiled. Han Shao stroked his chin and said, I might have to disappear for a while. The time is not fixed. It might be a few days, or it might be a few years. While I'm not around, help me manage the association's work. Where are you going? Kasui stopped smiling and frowned. Do you still remember our experience in the secondary dimensions? I found some clues and need to spend some time to track them down. Han Shao did not mention the details, but the other party was also someone who knew about the sanctums, so a simple explanation was enough for the other party to understand. Sure enough, Kasui understood and was shocked. He did not ask any more questions and nodded seriously. Then don't worry. I'll take good care of the association. When he learned about the sanctums from Jays decades ago, Kasui knew that Han Zhao's route was right. He stood on the same front and became a secret ally. Kasui was not interested in power. He came out to run for vice president not because he wanted to be promoted, but because he had received instructions from Han Shao to help Han Shao stabilize his position. Anyway, it was not a bad thing, so he did not mind helping Han Shao. Then I'll leave it to you. Han Shao nodded, gave some instructions, and hung up the call. He did not stop and called Hela, Ames, and the others one by one, saying that he would disappear for a while and go to the secondary dimensions to look for opportunities for God's trait transformation. This kind of situation was not rare for peak beyond grade as, so this excuse was very good. Hela, Ames, and the others did not suspect anything. Han Shao asked them to take care of the army's forces while he was out and gave them some instructions. Then he called the last round of numbers and contacted the people of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations had once thought that he was more suitable to lead the association than the Mecha Empire. However, after decades, the speed at which the conflicts accumulated exceeded expectations, and this bit of face was not enough. The three universal civilizations could not let the Beyond Grade A association continue to grow independently just because of him. Han Shao did not know how long he would disappear after entering the sanctums, so he planned to mention his identity and position again to stabilize for a while. After all, with the title of consultant of the three universal civilizations, the negotiation was quite smooth. Han Shao found out what the three universal civilizations were thinking. The three universal civilizations were still observing the changes in the association after he came to power, so they would not suddenly cause conflicts in the short term. This situation was more reasonable and within his expectations. After arranging everything, Han Shao found Oathkeeper again. Looking at the other party's expectant eyes, he nodded calmly. Get ready and open the sanctums as soon as possible. 3 days later, in an uninhabited area near the Holy Covenant Organization's base, spaceships floated in the desolate universe. Only Han Shao floated alone outside the spaceship. The built-in screen of the mechanical suit maintained communication with Oathkeeper. On the screen, Oathkeeper made an encouraging gesture and said, Are you ready? Everything on my side is ready. I can open the sanctums at any time. Come on. Han Shao exhaled and calmed down. Oathkeeper nodded, turned around, and ordered, "Listen up, begin." As soon as he said that, the spaceships that had been warmed up immediately moved. They had practiced the operation process countless times. Like a precise instrument, there were no mistakes. Boom, boom, boom. Primal Esper ability entities loaded in special barrels were all shot out. The colorful beams of light gathered at one point and quickly expanded, turning into a floating white ball of light. Under the effect of the special instrument, the ball of light was like a piece of plasticine being squeezed by a big hand. Its volume was compressed and turned into a dazzling ring with a diameter of about 100 meters. Its energy density was extremely high. Immediately afterward, the remaining spaceships activated the instruments one by one and threw the other keys into this ring through the traction beam. The space seemed to tremble as the rings suddenly shot out rays of light, projecting 6 mirage-like light gates. The next second, 5 of the light gates disappeared, leaving only one of them. It seemed to have turned from illusion to reality, still shaking unsteadily as if it would disappear at any time. "This is the passage to the third sanctum. Go in," Oathkeeper hurriedly said. Han Zhao's expression changed. He activated the thrusters, turned into a meteor, and flew into the sanctum passage. At this moment, the light in front of him instantly expanded, and only an endless white was left in his vision. The moment he passed through the door, Han Shao felt his body become lighter, as if he had passed through some kind of barrier. He felt like he was floating in the air, and for some reason, he did not feel like he existed in this world. "I'm finally in." Chapter 1267. This moment felt like an instant, yet it also felt like countless years had passed. Han Zhao's vision slowly became clear, and he could see his surroundings clearly. This was a boundless white world. There was no gravity. His body was suspended in midair, and countless white light balls of varying sizes were floating in all directions. From afar, it seemed that each light ball was broadcasting a blurry image. The scenery of the third sanctum is no different from what Oathkeeper described. With a curious expression, Han Shao suddenly looked back and saw that the light gate was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. His intuition suddenly moved, and he reached out his hand toward the light gate. At this time, a special energy suddenly surged in his body. 6 hot streams seemed to be born out of thin air and gathered in his palm, turning into a unique pattern that shone brightly. The next moment, the light gate seemed to be buffed and stabilized, turning into a light gate that slowly rotated like a glowing mirror. He could not see the situation outside. "What's this?" Han Shao was surprised. He had just thought of not wanting the light gate to disappear, but he suddenly had an intuition that he could do it, and the result was exactly the same. He looked down at his palm and observed the mark that appeared out of thin air. It looked like it was pieced together by 6 patterns, and the pattern did not seem complete. "Strange, when did I have this in my body?" Han Shao was about to open the interface to check his status, but he was stunned to find that the interface could not be opened. This was the first time the interface had not responded. Han Shao frowned, clenched his fists, and tried to mobilize the energy in his body. Bright golden mechanical force shot out. Although the interface can't be opened, my body has not changed at all. I'm still at my peak." Han Shao felt the situation in his body and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the interface could not be opened for the time being, it did not affect his abilities. From the beginning, he felt everything in his body, and all his abilities became skills that he could master easily. If it were an ordinary player, they would not even be able to use their skills without the interface. It was like building machines. He needed to complete all the processes himself, but ordinary players only needed to do the channeling. There was a huge difference between the two. It was also Han Zhao's first time entering the sanctum, so he could only slowly explore the situation. He tested out his various skills and found that he could use most of them. However, he was unable to establish any form of communication with the outside world. He could not use the quantum communication or the dimension factory. Even the king's teleportation had failed for the first time. Although the passage to the sanctum was somehow maintained, all external means of communication failed, and the call with the Holy Covenant was also cut off. Interesting. The existence of his sanctums is special. Not only is the king useless, but I can't even summon the interface. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. His mind raced as he stared at the mark on his palm. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. 6 patterns. 6. If I remember correctly, this is about the same number of fragments of the third sanctum that I have, right? Han Zhao's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't see the interface, he still remembered the information. Originally, he only had 2, the third sanctum skill fragments. One came from the primal Esper ability collector, Milestone, and the other was the reward for beating up the old man from the Holy Covenant. The third round of the relay across iterations mission required him to enter any sanctum and be rewarded with 3 corresponding sanctum fragments. Although he couldn't see the interface now, Han Shao felt that the interface might still be running and had issued the mission reward without him seeing the notification. This way, he would have 5, the third sanctum skill fragments in his hands. As for the extra piece, Han Shao had a few guesses. According to Oathkeeper's experience, the biggest possibility was that entering any sanctum would automatically give him a corresponding fragment. If this line of thought was correct, the number would match, and it would be enough to explain the current situation. It proved that the mark did not appear out of thin air, but had long been sleeping in his body. The activation condition was to enter the corresponding sanctum. I've never known what the sanctum fragments are used for, but I just stabilized the passage to the sanctum. Can it be understood that the sanctum fragments are related to my authority in the sanctum? The more fragments I have, the more things I can do. Every individual is independent, so the manifestation of the sanctum fragments is not an item, but a skill. Speaking of which, Oathkeeper said that he felt like he was dreaming in the sanctum and was not fully conscious, but I was only a little distracted. It's not as exaggerated as he said. Could this be the effect of the sanctum fragments? Han Shao could not help but fall in a deep thought. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and shook his head hard. I can only guess at this point. I can't waste too much time on this. After I go out, I should be able to find out what happened by looking at the interface. The most important thing now is to observe the sanctums. Han Shao calmed himself down and controlled his body to fly to the nearest light sphere. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see the illusion inside clearly, but it was still very blurry. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out his palm with the sanctum mark and carefully touching the light sphere. Whoosh! The moment he touched it, a huge stream of information poured into his mind like a raging wave. In a trance, an illusion appeared in front of Han Zhao's eyes. It was as if he saw the entire process of a race from germination to extinction, creating a glorious civilization, giving birth to generations of great people, continuously improving technology, and finally being destroyed in a disaster. Han Shao was stunned for a while before retracting his hand. He realized that he could only remember a part of the illusion's content, and a part of knowledge appeared in his mind out of thin air. It seemed to be some technology created during the development of this civilization. This knowledge is mainly in the field of biology and genetics. It's not all the technology of this civilization, only a part of it. Han Shao savored this sudden gain and turned to touch more light spheres. After many tests, he gradually had a good idea of the sanctum's mechanism. He guessed and concluded a few rules. First, every light sphere was an aggregate of information form, recording the information of different things. Among them, civilizations were the main ones. Generally, one light sphere represented one civilization, which did not exist in the current history and should have existed in the past iterations. Second, he could read the information inside by touching the light sphere, but he could only remember a part of it. The amount of content was likely related to the authority represented by the number of sanctum fragments. At the same time, There was a limit to the amount of content he could remember. After reaching a certain level, if he tried to read a new light sphere, he would forget a part of the information in the previous light sphere. According to the principle of information form, it was very likely that the memory capacity would be limited every time he entered the sanctum, and it would only be reset the next time he entered. This meant that the knowledge he could bring out of the sanctum each time was limited, and the upper limit of his memory capacity each time he entered might still depend on the number of sanctum fragments. Third, after coming into contact with multiple light spheres, most of the technology he obtained was in the field of biology, genetics, and esper abilities. This might be the difference between the sanctums, which meant that the knowledge of these iteration civilizations was stored in different categories. Different sanctums represented different types of knowledge that could be obtained. The third sanctum was very likely related to biology, genetics, and esper ability research. Fourth, some light spheres contain the content of the beyond grade as of different iterations. By reading these information form light spheres, he could immerse himself in their life experiences and even obtain a part of the information they had. However, there were only espers in the third sanctum. According to Han Zhao's deduction, if he read the information collection of mechanics and mages, it was very likely that he would obtain the knowledge, technology, spells, blueprints, and so on that the other party had. Jess didn't lie to me. Han Zhao's face was filled with shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Although there were some guesses and speculations in these patterns, he felt that the truth should not be far from the truth. The last time Oathkeeper entered the sanctum, other than completing the revival goal, he did not gain anything else. It might be because his authority was insufficient. However, he had 6 fragments at the beginning of the third sanctum, which was 5 levels higher than Oathkeeper's authority. The things he could do should be far beyond Oathkeeper's. Thinking of Jess, Oathkeeper's request surfaced in his mind again. Let's see what the sanctum revival is like. Han Xiao calmed down and took out the medium that Oathkeeper had given him. As soon as he thought of the sanctum revival, the mark on his palm seemed to have sensed it and lit up. Whoosh! The next moment, a thin ray of light suddenly shot out from a part of the light balls and converged in front of Han Xiao. Then, a strong light flashed, and a glowing mark floated in midair. Han Xiao sized it up and was overjoyed. This style? Yes, it's the sanctum revival mark that Oathkeeper drew. Han Xiao immediately reached out his other hand and touched the mark. The mark turned into a stream of light and imprinted on the back of his hand. At the same time, a stream of information flowed into his mind. It recorded the usage of the sanctum revival mark and all the targets of this mark to be revived. However, Jess was not among them. Looks like it failed. Realizing this, Han Xiao sighed. Either his medium was not recognized by the sanctum, or like what Jess said back then, there was some kind of restriction on the revival across iterations. Although they had not spent much time together, Jess had left a deep impression on him. The revival attempt had failed, and he did not have the chance to meet Jess again. Han Xiao had mixed feelings. Forget it, this is fate. Han Xiao shook his head and sorted out his emotions. His thoughts could not help but jump from Jess to the Celestial Star Alliance. The information form collection of the Celestial Star Alliance iteration should also be stored in the sanctum, right? As soon as this thought appeared, the sanctum imprint reacted and lit up, pointing in a direction. Seeing this, Han Xiao was not prepared and was stunned for a moment. Then, he followed the guidance of the imprint and flew over, finally stopping beside a batch of light balls. Could these be the information form light balls of the Celestial Star Alliance iteration? Han Xiao read the contents of one of the light balls and immediately confirmed his guess. It was indeed the information of a civilization in the Celestial Star Alliance iteration. Coming back to his senses, Han Xiao looked at the imprint on his hand in surprise. Looks like I guessed right. The sanctum fragment is the authority. I didn't expect it to have an index function, but it makes sense. There are so many information form data stored in the sanctum. Finding specific information is like finding a needle in a haystack. As soon as this thought appeared, Han Zhao's body paused, and he suddenly had a bold idea. Since there is an index function, if I search the iteration data of the galaxy and find the target, does that mean we've already buzz? Before he could finish, the sanctum imprint pointed in the direction again. There's really something? Han Zhao's breathing stopped, and his heart sank. He pursed his lips, followed the guidance silently, and came to the side of a light ball. He stood there for a while before mentally preparing himself. He took a deep breath and slowly touched the light ball. However, the next moment, Han Zhao was stunned. There was no content in this light ball at all. It was empty. Why is there nothing? Han Zhao had touched so many light balls, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He tried to search for the 3 universal civilizations and other advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Every search was successful, but there was no information in any of the target light balls. They were just empty shells. Han Zhao was bewildered, but he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would see information about the explored universe in the sanctum. This meant that the galaxy iteration was just an illusion of the past, just like the Celestial Star Alliance. The current situation was unexpected. Although he could find the target civilization, they were all empty shells. Han Zhao did not know what was going on, but at least it was not the worst result. Interesting, what's going on? Han Zhao frowned, pinched his chin, and pondered. He had a guess in his mind. The reason for the empty shells. Could this mean that the galaxy iteration is ongoing, which is the so-called ongoing now, and only after we go through the great reboot will the relevant information be recorded by the sanctum? If that's the case, then it should be good news. At this time, Han Zhao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. So, these empty shells are the tombstones left by the sanctum for this iteration? Is the sanctum saying that nothing can escape the fate of destruction? Han Zhao fell silent. Quietly looking at the empty ball of light in front of him, suddenly, a great sense of sadness crashed into his heart. Chapter 1268. Also, there's been quite a storm recently. No matter what the outcome is, I have spent 3 years on this book, so naturally, I will finish what I started. You don't have to worry about me being affected by the recent events and quickly finishing it. I will definitely finish it as per normal. P.S. By the way, Witchcraft Lord, the author kills 5 birds with 1 stone. Fantasy farming, Lord nurturing, witchcraft is the #1 productivity. Super godly mechanic 1 day off. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1269. Be it the 3 universal civilizations or the World Tree civilization, they were all empty shells. Han Zhao exhaled, collected his emotions, and suppressed them in the bottom of his heart. He no longer looked at the blank light sphere in front of him. This is not a bad thing. At least the galaxy is not a phantom of the past like the Celestial Star Alliance. Furthermore, based on the timescale of the Celestial Star Alliance, the galaxy is still far away from the Great Reboot. I don't even know if I can survive until that day. By the way, if I search Earth, I wonder if there will be any results. Han Zhao suddenly had this idea. He looked down at the mark and found that the index function did not react this time. He could not help but raise his brows. No reaction? Then I might be mistaken. My hometown is still another world and has nothing to do with our iterations. Han Zhao shook his head. He calmed himself down and continued to do his business, entering the information he had read into the storage. Although the equipment was disconnected, the basic functions were still running. He wanted to use the hardware storage method to see if he could break through the memory capacity limit of the sanctum. Very soon, Han Zhao transcribed the technology he had read into the storage. He then began to touch the light sphere again and read the information inside. The new technology replaced some of the information in his mind. At this time, Han Zhao opened the storage again and found that some information had disappeared at the same time. It seemed to be the same as the parts he had forgotten. It seems like this method won't work either. It's a bit like the mechanism of Destiny's Child, but the sanctum is more advanced. Be it the human brain, mechanical hardware, or anything else, as long as it's a medium that records or transmits information. The form of the medium's existence will be ignored, and that part of the information will be eliminated. This is one of the principles of the high-dimensional information form. Han Shao muttered to himself. He did not give up and tried different methods a few more times. After confirming that there were no tricks, he could only give up on this idea for the time being. He put away the storage and stopped meaningless attempts. He looked around the sanctum space and nodded silently. The sanctum revival was successful. Jace's words were confirmed, and he had figured out part of the operating mechanism of the sanctum. His memory capacity had reached the limit. In Han Zhao's opinion, his goal of entering the sanctum had basically been achieved. He could almost leave through the passage. Han Shao was about to leave when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized a problem. Wait a minute, I seem to have been influenced by my first impression. I learned about the origin of the sanctums from Jays, learned about the contributions of the Savior civilization and the Sanctum civilization, and learned about the inheritance from generation to generation, so I know the ins and outs very well. But how did Oathkeeper know so clearly? If his information only comes from reading the light orbs, then with so many light orbs here and the limited memory capacity, the information he has should be incomplete. Han Shao frowned and became suspicious. The objects recorded by the sanctum were not only the final civilization of an iteration, but all civilizations of every iteration. As long as there were traces of their existence, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they would be recorded. This was different from individuals. This meant that only a small number of light balls recorded information about the origin of the sanctums and the Great Reboot. According to Han Zhao's experience of reading the many light orbs, if he had not learned the ins and outs of the sanctum from Jays, he would not have been able to piece together such clear information just by reading the light orbs on his own. One of the main reasons was the limited memory capacity. Oathkeeper's authority in the third sanctum was far lower than his. If he had not been lucky enough to touch an ultimate civilization, it was basically impossible for him to know the ins and outs of the sanctum clearly. Therefore, Han Shao was doubtful about the source of Oathkeeper's information. He did not believe that this Astra-starred was so lucky. Otherwise, why would he need so many years to collect the sanctum keys? Han Shao pondered. Just as he was doubting the existence of the sanctums, something happened. The sanctum authority mark on his hand suddenly flickered, blooming with streams of light like threads, weaving into a translucent light screen that floated in front of him. Another trick? What's this? Han Shao perked up and looked at it. Strings of characters that he could not understand appeared on the light screen, as if they changed every few paragraphs. Han Shao could not recognize any of them. However, the next second, these characters were all translated into the galaxy language. The principle of an information form that can automatically translate into a language that the reader can understand. Han Shao calmed himself down and started reading from the beginning. He found that the content about the sanctums and iterations was at the very top, clearly explaining the ins and outs of the sanctums. It was basically the same as what Jace had said, just with more details. As he continued reading, there were gaps in the content of every paragraph, and the further down he went, the more gaps there were. After reading for a while, Han Shao roughly understood what was going on. So that's how it is. This light screen records the messages of the ultimate civilizations of every iteration. This thing is probably a special message board, passing down the important experiences of the ultimate civilizations from generation to generation. These messages should be ordered by time. The content at the top is the earliest, the most important basic information about the origin of the sanctums and iterations. It's most likely the source of Oathkeeper's information. The further down, the closer it is to the current iteration, the more random gaps there are. It's probably related to the authority. Only with high authority can there be fewer gaps. Han Shao suddenly understood the meaning of the message board's existence. It was to record the order of the iterations and let the future generations quickly understand the origin of the sanctums and the Great Reboot. There is no need to randomly read light balls to piece together the truth. It also allowed the future generations to learn from the experiences of their predecessors and avoid taking the wrong path. This message board should be the main platform for the ultimate civilizations of the various iterations to relay information. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. He pinched his chin and murmured, "I feel that this message board function is not something that comes with the sanctums, but a mutation brought about by the subsequent iterations." Jays had once said that because of the indestructible characteristic of the sanctums, many ultimate civilizations used the sanctums as a breakthrough point and carried out various plans. This caused the sanctums to mutate again and again with new functions. The sanctum revival might have been a mutation because the class of the revival target was not restricted by the sanctum classification. This message board was most likely one of the mutated functions. Through the reading earlier, he realized that there were indeed many civilizations' plans that revolved around the sanctums. The first person who left the message indicated that it was the first to discover the message board function, and there were light balls from earlier iterations before it. The first person who left the message also briefly introduced the basic mechanism and various functions of the sanctums, such as the requirements for the keys of the other sanctums. Furthermore, as Han Xiao expected, the sanctum fragments were the authority. Even the occasional revelation about the sanctums that beyond grade A supers received was also a mutated new function. It was to allow the people of the iteration to come into contact with the sanctums earlier and have more time to develop. At the same time, the ultimate civilizations of the subsequent iterations continued the work of explaining the new functions of the sanctums on the message board. However, most of the content was empty and could not be seen. The overlords of every iteration are paving the way for the future generations. Han Zhao's eyes changed, and he glanced at the light screen again with different emotions. Messages came into view one after another. Tomorrow is the day to implement the Nirvana plan. I hope everything goes well. Can the Nirvana plan really succeed? Actually, we're not confident. The principle of the Nirvana plan is nirvana. According to our calculations, our success rate is about 44%. Maybe our research is not deep enough to survive the Great Reboot, but the technology of the Nirvana plan will be recorded by the sanctums. I hope that the future generations can continue to research on our foundation. Our civilization's name is Nirvana. Please search for it. We are the Nirvana civilization. The Great Reboot has already begun. All of this is not a scam. We are taking advantage of the last moment to leave a message. Our plan is about to fail, proving that the Nirvana plan technology will not work. I hope that the future generations will not follow our path. This is a dead end. Remember, on the light screen, there were messages full of hope, messages without confidence, and messages seriously analyzing their own thoughts. Looking at these messages, Han Xiao seemed to be able to feel the emotions of these civilizations when they left these messages, suppressing their anxiety, despair, and panic, forcing themselves to calm down and leaving behind a concise and comprehensive legacy for the future generations. This is the true meaning of the relay across iterations. What a great cause. At this moment, Han Xiao finally had a deeper understanding of the name of this mission. He felt complicated and respectful. Maybe one day, in the future, the three universal civilizations will also leave a message here. Maybe it's the world tree? Han Xiao sighed softly, calmed himself down, thought about it, and started to look for messages related to the Celestial Star Alliance. Because the message boards were arranged in chronological order, he could see the order of the iterations. He wanted to find out the order of the Celestial Star Alliance and see how many iterations they were separated from the galaxy. He looked at the messages one by one. Suddenly, on the fifth last message, he saw the relevant information. Because the time was very close, the messages below were mostly empty. However, he saw the familiar term Civilization Reboot Plan, which was the Celestial Star Alliance's plan to survive the Great Reboot. The fifth last message, huh? This means that the Celestial Star Alliance is at most 4 iterations away from us, or at least 1 iteration before us, Han Xiao nodded. Because the same iteration could leave multiple messages, he did not know who the messages in between were from. It could be from other iterations, or it could be from the Celestial Star Alliance itself. Originally, he could use language as a standard to judge. The same words were left behind by the same iteration, so he could clearly distinguish them. However, all the messages on the message board were translated into the Galaxy lingua franca. Han Xiao tried, but he could not convert back to the original version. He did not know whether it was because it did not have this function or because he did not have enough authority. The last few paragraphs were mostly blank. The only valuable information was the last paragraph in the middle of the last paragraph, which had no head or tail. Transforming information form into reality. This is the correct path. Han Xiao scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Information form transformation. The Intelligent Plague and the Sanctum Revival are probably all based on the same principle. However, this message actually said that this path is the correct one. If it really succeeded, how did you guys die? Han Xiao sighed helplessly. After sighing for a while, he tried to leave a message on the light screen, but found that there was no response. Speaking of which, this light screen is filled with messages from civilizations. There are no individuals. I wonder if my authority is not enough to leave a message, or if the messages of individuals are not recorded by the message board. Unable to understand this problem, Han Xiao could only put it aside for the time being and close the message board. The goal of this trip was basically completed. In his opinion, the biggest gain was that he had completely recorded the activation methods of the other sanctums through his authority that far exceeded Oathkeeper's. Because of the limited memory capacity of the information form, if he wanted to gain more, he would probably have to wait until the next time he entered and emptied the information inside step by step. I hope I can go to the other sanctums next time. It's best if it's the first sanctum. My initial authority there is not low either. Han Xiao mumbled to himself and returned to the stable sanctum passage. Looking at the sanctum reluctantly, Han Xiao turned back and flew into the passage. When the light filled his vision again and his consciousness became blurry, there was only one thought left in Han Xiaoxin's mind. I stayed in the sanctum for at most 5 hours. I don't know how much time has passed in the universe that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.